we are switched over.
Right. Welcome to Tales of Winternacht and Chapter 3 of our mini-series Luck of the Draw actual play D&D 5e mini-campaign. I'm Silver. I'll be your storyteller this evening, and with me are our players, who I'll let introduce themselves tonight, starting with Saga.
Hello, I am Saga. I play Caradwin, our chaotic gremlin of a half-elf sorcerer druid.
Dustin.
Hello, I am Dustin and I play Nudillos, our Solarian-based echidna.
Conrad.
Hi, I'm Conrad. I'm playing Tamerlane, our centaur ranger, who no one knows anything about yet.
And Ollie.
Hello, I'm Ollie. I'm going to be playing Marquis, a catfolk rogue warlock. You could say that he's a catman who loves Robin.
Like Mark Grayson? Or, sorry,
Mark Grayson's
wait.
a different thing.
Todd,
Todd, Dick, the Red Hood. No, wait.
Through from that, we are playing D&D tonight.
I'm trying to remember what Catman's real name is. That's a tough one. It's Blake.
Marquis.
I'm pretty sure it's Blake. I can't remember what the first name is. I want to say Daniel.
So much internet cred right here.
All right. Leaving that nerdism to the side, we'll go. For those of you tuning in for the first time, I'd like to encourage you to check out our other material on our YouTube channel, including the 2 previous sessions of this mini-series. Also like to direct you to our Discord server and Instagram to join our community and interact with us. Links to all can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel. Before we get started, want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, a virtual tabletop choice, Sirenscape for amazing ambient sound effects and music. You can hear the nice rainfall going off in the background, hopefully. Discord for our voice and video, and Woods is the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternacht is not sponsored by, nor are we an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. I can usually do that faster. I think I'm still a little bit caught off guard from the illness the last week or so. Hopefully, we are without the tech difficulties we had last week. Apologize to all of you that may have been here last week for that. Bit of a mess. We were having some issues and had to throw in the towel at the end. So we have moved it to this week, and we're going to hopefully a little bit of shifting around. We're going to be okay on that. Other fun thing. We'll be continuing our giveaway this week. We just need one follower, folks. One follower. You know somebody, bring one person over. We hit 110 followers, and we'll be giving away a set of these lovely gray and gold writing dice. Or silver, if you so choose. To enter the giveaway, everybody can enter once per stream. You have to redeem 100 channel points to activate the enter giveaway option, and then join the Discord. Once we hit the 110 followers, we'll pick somebody at random from all of the entries that have been entered. You do accumulate those additional entries, which does increase your chances of winning. And if you're chosen as winner of the giveaway, you'll be contacted on Discord. Hence why we need to have you on our Discord to get your mailing address to send you your prize. With all that muckety-muck out of the way, previously in Luck of the Draw, our unlikely band of travelers, Nudios the Snake Folk, Echidna Wizard, Caradwin the Wild-Hearted Half-Elf, Tamerlane the Vigilant Centaur, Marquis, the silver-tongued catfolk, and Atlan, the ever-sparkling fairy bard. They had just met under the leaky roof of the Hollow Barrel in the mist-shrouded town of Moonstream. What began as a quiet evening of cards and ale quickly unraveled into chaos when shouts outside drew them into a confrontation between Tolliver Kren, his family, and a band of ill-meaning ruffians. Steel was drawn, spells flew, the hollow barrel took fire. By the time the smoke cleared, 3 attackers lay dead, and 2 merfolk twins fled empty-handed. In the uneasy silence that followed, the party learned of a chest, a large, unassuming box Tolliver and his kin were desperate to protect. Its contents, he warned, were dangerous and once served the dark ambitions of a man named Lord Ravenwood. Worse still, Tolliver's own son, Tommen, appears bound to the chest in ways no healer or wizard has yet been able to undo. The Kren's destination? Silverdeep, 4-day journey north across the Tellurian border, where a representative of the Farcloud Repository waits to take the burden from them. Tolliver, seeing the metal in his would-be rescuers, offered coin and begged their escort. Despite Marquis' protestations and the smell of something deeper at play, the group agreed, some out of curiosity, others perhaps out of conscience, or want of gold. I don't think anybody's wanted. They restocked supplies, stepped out into the cold rain, and began their journey toward Silverdeep. Now it's time to place your bets on another round as the cold night wraps around you like a wet shroud as you press northward through the sodden heart of the Moonstream Valley. Rain patters endlessly from the dark canopy above, its rhythm muffled by the heavy boughs of ancient trees, and every breath draws in the scent of a damp earth and moss. Muddy trail is little more than a suggestion beneath your feet and hooves, the wagon's wheels groaning as they sink and drag through the mire. Shadows loom long between twisted trunks, and the forest, though alive with the quiet sounds of dripping leaves and distant rustling, feels watchful, older than the road you follow, and perhaps less welcoming. As you set out into the rain, I will turn it over to you folks as you travel, pushing through the night to try and get a little bit more buffer on the merfolk twins and their employer. Does anybody have any conversations or activities that they wish to pursue in the black, rain-filled night?
Okay, so, yeah, I do have a question. On the geography.
Mm-hmm.
So from where we are now to Silverdeep, is that along the river?
No. So,
Cool.
Moonstream, the water body runs through Moonstream. You cross that, it actually runs right alongside the tavern. Once you cross that, you are running across open ground, hills and dales and whatnot. A couple little minor streams at places, but no, you're not traveling along a body of water.
Okay. So the stream kind of ends at the tavern?
No, that stream heads west. You are going north.
Okay. All right, that answers my question.
I'll throw that map out there we put up last week. So
we will have to cross the stream, but we can't run along it.
So yeah, you're crossing the stream pretty much immediately as you leave town.
Okay.
And then yeah, you're going to be going across open terrain for the majority of this. So, basic geography here of this part of the area. is the reason there is only this one port is that these rivers cut so deep that there is no low land that's next to the water bodies, closer to the shore. So looking at that map where, you know, this moonstream heads into a major river and into a pretty large bay, everything is so cut so far down low that it's pretty sheer cliff face. So there's a lot of that type of terrain throughout here, as to canyons, ravines, and whatnot have been cut away from water filtration. But you'll be basically coming out of Moonstream Valley up into the higher end that leads out into this little peninsula between Silverdeep and that other river, and then eventually be going back down into the next river valley, slowly descending back down into a lower area where Silverdeep lies.
I would say probably at some point along the travels, Curdwin will kind of, on her little broom of flying, kind of just like come down where she's about on the same level as Marquis, on his very nice horse, and be like, "So, have you ever been to Silverdeep before?"
Yes, I've a couple of times. Why do you ask?
Oh, I've never been to a city before. I don't know what they're like.
It'll be quite an experience for you. Not quite the same as Six Bells, but that's
Where's that?
far away from here.
That's fair. A lot of places are far away from here, as I have learned.
Yes, that is very true. But no, it's not too big of a town. I'd probably place it around about, I don't know, 2.5, 3,000 people, something like that. Oh, is it more now?
7.
Oh, when you sent me the message, you said it was 2.5. You said it was 2.5, 3,000. My bad. Like it's
Correction.
Sorry, what I meant to say was 7,000 people, give or take. Don't have an exhaustive list of them.
Her eyes are gonna go like really like wide as saucers. It's like that's so many people. How do they all like get fed? Where do they all get food from?
Surrounding areas produce food, which is then moved into the city, which will then be sold on at various businesses, bakeries, butchers, and so on and so forth. General commerce.
Huh. Interesting.
Quite a change for you, I'd imagine.
I mean, I spent most of my time in the woods.
By choice?
Yeah? Yeah, it's a choice.
Alright. Why did you come to town then? Why did you come to join our game of cards?
Well, okay, so it's a bit of a complicated story. So
He gestures sort of the seemingly like endless route in front of them, just like, well, if there's one thing I do have at the moment, it's time, so please.
okay. And just like taps her lip. Well, without getting into the nitty gritty, when I was like 10, I ran away from home and I ended up in the forest with a bunch of druids, and they tried to bring me back home, but I said no. So they just adopted me. And they realized that I was like really good at magic, so they started training me, and I was doing really good. And then I kind of did all the training they could offer. I'm technically one of the leaders of the druids, but don't worry about it. And so I was like, well, I gotta go find my mom, because she just went missing. And, yeah. So now I'm here.
I'm not sure if that's how adoption works, but Far
Does
be
it
it from me to.
count when your own father kind of hates you
Oh no, that's just
and considers you a curse on the town?
that's. So the first thing you said, relatively common. The second thing, less common, I'd say. But
Yeah. No, yeah, he can.
leader,
Hmm?
he hates you that much, you say?
Yeah. No, basically, he didn't want me, and he also didn't know I was his daughter. And when he found out that I was his daughter, he really didn't want me then. And the gods, they don't ever punish their followers who do wrong things, actually.
All right, all right.
Yeah. So he
I'll allow the supposition,
considered me a curse on the whole town.
of course.
And so my mom was going to save me. And then so I went to the woods, and then she never came. So I guess she went missing too at some point.
So you don't know when your mother went missing, but now you're off trying to find her. And how long's it been since you last saw her?
I only saw her like 3 times, and I was like 10? I'm 19 now.
Right. Okay, so wait, hold on. 1 second. You've only seen your mother 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time was almost a decade ago.
Well, it was like they were all like a decade ago. They were all like kind of in the same span of a few days. Because she left after she had me. And I was adopted by my dad and his wife, who was also
Right.
kind of my mom.
Right.
But he didn't know I was his daughter.
This,
And
being
they
adopted twice is. That's honestly, like, this is. Have you considered writing a book?
What's a book?
Excellent. Have you considered learning to read?
Oh, I know how to read.
Ah, what do you read?
Scrolls, mostly. Tree
Books.
carvings.
A book's like a lot of scrolls sort of slammed together. Less sturdy than tree carvings, I would imagine.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Easy, much more easy to transport than a tree carving, I'd assume as well.
You can't really transport those.
Yes, that was the. Yeah, no, anyway, so you were born. Let me just make sure that I'm understanding the timeline correctly, just so for the absence of any doubt here.
Mm-hmm.
You were born, and your father, at some point, one would assume, was with your mother, albeit for however long that may have been, anywhere between 30 seconds to a number of years beforehand. And then you were born, and then your mother was just like, well, that's my work done, and then sort of left. And then your dad was just like, I haven't seen her around for a bit. It's been almost 9 months. But look at that, there's a baby. And then that was fine. And then he adopted you despite not knowing that you were his child. And then when you got to 10, you decided you didn't want to live there because your father found out he was your father? And is that about the time your mother came back?
That was about the time my mother came back.
Yes, all right. And then you decided that you were going to leave and go into the forest. And then once you got to the forest, your mother didn't follow you. And then some druids just. Is it a. I'm mainly sort of city based most of the time. Are there usually just groups of druids in the forest? Is that a common thing, or was I don't? Okay,
They're the living spirits of the forest. That's the group.
right. Okay,
They travel all over the continent, mostly through
Right.
the mountains and through the woods and stuff like that, and helping people who need to be helped and taking care of the land, following the kind of, they call it the song of the Aether. But that's more of a metaphysical thing.
that's marvelously altruistic of them. But then they found you and were just like, we're going to take this child back. And then you were just like, no. And they were just like, well, that seems fine by us. I guess you're with us now. And then you were there, you learned everything you had to learn from them, became one of the leaders of this roving band of altruistic druids. And then you were just like,
Technically,
and
power
then,
level, magic
oh,
level
right, okay.
wise, I am, but there wasn't an opening, so.
Oh, that's, yeah, no, that's usually Dead Man's Shoes with a group like that, one would assume.
She looks down at her bare feet.
Yes, that may have been the problem. You don't have any Dead Man's Shoes, and thus you couldn't get the position. Now, then you suddenly were just like, I think now's the time to find my mother.
Yeah, no, that
Did something happen? Did something happen that made you think, oh, I should probably go looking for her?
Well, so part of it is also this, and she'll point at her, like, essentially, like, solid nice guy eyes, is, like, I know there's something weird with me, so I'm also trying to find, it's kind of like both of them. I figure that she'll have the answers.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
And do you have any idea where she is?
Nope.
Fantastic. Do you know what her name is?
Nope.
Excellent. And do you remember what she looks like 10 years ago?
Vaguely? She kind of looks like
Excellent.
me.
Perfect.
She's an elf.
Do you have some sort of... Okay, do you have some sort of extra sensory perception which would allow you to sort of sense where your mother is at any given time?
Nope.
I sort of like reach out and pat you on the shoulder, and I'm just like, you're going to have an interesting time, I feel.
Thank you.
But I honestly wish you good luck. It's a noble quest, trying to find one's mother. So, yeah. And then you also have, and I'll sort of like look over a little bit, just like, and no horse, just a broom, it seems.
Broom of flying.
Yes, I would hope so. Other than that,
Well,
or I'm
it is currently
hallucinating.
flying, so.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm hallucinating something awful right now. Gosh, that's I'd ask if I can help, but I don't think there's anything I can help with because I don't know what you have to go on. What? Wait, do you know your father's name?
I do, but I
Or
don't
did you
have
just
my-
call him Dad?
I don't have my backstory pulled up. Give me a second. I have
Let me
so
check the
many other.
recesses of my mind.
Yes, I have so many other things pulled up right now. Also, no, her mom's human. Her dad's the elf. I got that mixed
Right.
up for a second. Da da da. Forge priest, Hafen Rayon.
Hathan Rayon.
Mm-hmm.
And he's from the town we just left? Or
Oh no,
did you
he's
wander
from, like,
around?
much farther south.
Ah, I see.
You would know. He. I imagine he still is. Was a priest of Infernus.
Right. Okay. I try to avoid priests most of the time.
Honestly, that's probably your best bet. I'm not a big fan of them. Not a big fan of Infernus either because of that.
I mean, I would say, not being a fan of priests, have you met many other priests other than your father?
No.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's a small sample size, but I can understand your reluctance. Right, and Infernus as well. Not a big fan because... And how many other followers of Infernus have you met?
Well, the whole town I grew up in followed Infernus.
Ah,
and,
alright, okay.
you know, like I said, they saw me as a curse, and they just they didn't really like me. They thought I was weird and creepy, because I would sometimes just, like, stand and look up at the night sky, and they thought it was ominous or something.
That does sound very ominous. I'll be completely honest with you.
And, like I said, the gods are very bad at punishing their followers when they do something wrong, so why would I like any of them?
That's an interesting apostate-centric view to take, but I can understand, given what I've now learned about your parentage and history. That does.
Like,
Yes.
I mean, he cheated on his wife, had a baby with another woman.
One assumes he cheated on his wife. You don't know if he did. We don't know, when did they get married, him and his wife?
She kind of tilts her head. Like, 50 years ago?
Right, then he definitely cheated on his wife. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. This is it. This is the kind of thing you've got to learn the information so you can understand just how much of a bastard he might be. In this case, quite a bastard.
Yes.
I really don't think gods bother with infidelity. Seems kind of below them.
Would it not be if you've made a bond with somebody else, calling upon their name in order to sanctify the bond, that there would be some degree of faith sort of input within the creation of that?
And also, wouldn't the gods encourage you to take care of your own children? And love them? Because they're your children?
Why would the gods care?
Gosh, that's a very... This is... Okay, alright, here we go. And I'll sort of like... I was like, almost like... He'll rotate, like, on his horse, just 180 degrees. The horse is... I paid enough for this horse. This horse is so well trained. I just sort of spin around on the saddle. I'm just like, so... Something must have led to you having that sort of a view of the gods. Tell me about yourself, Tamerlane.
Oh, well, gods are powerful, but they are much further above us than to worry about human struggles.
At what point of power do you have to stop caring about those beneath you?
I guess when you have enough power that you can do whatever you want.
So, like a significantly rich noble would be in that same sort of power level.
No,
They can do whatever they want, and they do. Trust me.
well, they answer to king.
They answer to what?
A king.
Ah, so is a
Perhaps.
king is king the level? I just
Perhaps.
as a king, you don't have to care about the people underneath you. That does seem to go somewhat counteractive to what one would expect a king to do.
But wouldn't the people on top, they need the gods need us to worship them, or then they're not gods.
Now that is a very ecumenical matter.
I mean,
I
the kings need the
think
loyalty
that's
of their people, or they're not kings.
Well, no, actually, they'd be kings anyway, as it's more of a hereditary title. However, how long they stay a king? I'm so sorry, Tamerlane. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying I don't have experience living in a place with kings or much of that, so I can't really speak to that.
Did
You can't
you
really actually say how that works.
did you also grow up in a forest with some druids? Because it would be weird if one person did it, and two, gosh,
Um, uh, not with my family, not with
Yeah.
druids. Actually spent more of my life sailing.
all right. Where to? Just in general,
Just kind of gives kind of a non-committal shrug.
raiding down the coast.
Have you been to
Did
Six
you make it all the
Bells?
way up? Have you been to Six Bells? Yes.
I have not.
All the way up to the frozen north? No?
Briefly.
Interesting. What brings you to this game of cards down here? It's somewhat far enough away from where one would expect ships to be.
Well, I was traveling along the stream, but this seems to be the best way to get to Telluria, so that's where I'm going.
All right. What brings you? What's guiding you? What's leading you to Deloria? With the exception, present quest excluded, of course.
I have friends there I need to meet.
Wonderful. Whereabouts are they? Up on the coast? On another boat? Are you heading out on another adventure on the seas?
If Briora wills it.
Oh, what a wonderful thing. It's always good to have friends. So that's one person who grew up with your family. You said
Yes.
on good terms with them. Didn't get kicked out for staring up into the night sky ominously.
No,
Relatively well adjusted.
not.
Hmm?
I'm not sure where, if anyone is adjusted.
Well, you're not wrong.
What are we adjusted to?
Ah, excellent.
Excellent.
Adios.
Yes, it is me.
What about you? Forest, loving family, some sort of tribunal. Where is it that you come from?
I uh I hail from Stellaria, and
What brings you up here?
I am on a mission, and things that I do not wish to speak about with others that may be listening. Um,
Very wise choice.
but I am to retrieve some information, and that is what I am set out to do. I'm going to
Where's
Telluria as well. Um,
all right. Where is it that you're heading to in Telluria? Are you also up to the coast? You also going on a sea voyage to find your information? Maybe you'll share a ship. Maybe you guys will become friends.
perhaps we can share a ship for a bit. But I am going to the Citadel.
See. So you're off for a secret, which you're very wise not to disclose what it is you're looking for. Your motives are your own, as well they should be. You're heading up into Telluria.
Yes, I serve my own. I have people that I answer to, so
See.
things are needed.
It's always the
In
way, isn't it?
Telluria or Solaria.
The people I answer to are from Solaria. I do not. I have never been to Telluria, but I'm excited to go out and venture. I am very fortunate to have come as far as I have. Um, I did not grow up in a forest, but
Were you adopted by druids?
I was adopted by no one.
Oh
Uh,
gosh.
well, perhaps I was. You could say I was adopted by the state.
Oh,
I
interesting.
was fortunate enough to be given a new purpose, and I will carry out my tasks as efficiently as I deem fit.
Spoken like a true ward of the state.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately.
And what about yourself, Marquis?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I just like to travel around righting wrongs where I can. I'm from Six Bells originally. It was a long time ago, but I also just really like cards. There's something about smaller places where the games are played. People tend to wager more than they think they want to. It's alluring.
I
So
You also
you
have
you came to swindle us? Is that what I understand?
No, absolutely not.
Hmm.
It's all chance, is it not? That's the whole point. You play the cards you're dealt. You play the players you're playing.
That is true. I kid, my friend. I played the game myself.
I came up short every time, as is the way.
It is the way.
It's, I feel like if you're not really risking what you have, you're not really living to your fullest, are you?
I think you are correct, my friend. So say, what are your strengths?
So sorry, did you ask me what my strengths were?
Yes, you play to them, correct? You
Oh,
know what you
don't
play
we
to?
all? Don't we all?
Well, since we are going on this voyage together, carrying this chest of uh, unwanted opening, as it's been let known to me, uh, perhaps we should start to devise a plan to working together.
Well, it's, anybody who's been a couple of dust ups understands that watching other people makes you learn their strengths. You can almost ascertain their weaknesses. What have you learned about me, Nidios? Be
Well,
interested.
honestly, not a fucking lot, because I was on the other side of a cloud of smoke.
Ah,
So I
it's true. I
which is
notice you
why I'm asking.
favor. I notice you favor the blade.
I do, but I do not want to meet the other end of it.
No, absolutely. And then couldn't help but notice a little arcane coming from you as well.
The blade is a dance, my friend, and that is what I use to channel my arcane nature. It's uh, a wonderful way to feel the energy.
You're absolutely right. Crossing steel's a fantastic way to really feel out what it is you're trying to do.
I'll point out a point of clarification that Nudios does still only have 9 hit points. That he is, like, really beat to shit from the battle.
Why New Dios was silent for most of this, uh, I was taking that he was kind of just like hunched over, just like sort of licking his wounds a bit. He doesn't have any healing spells. Along the way, though, while he was silent, I would like to say that he's going to drink one of his healing potions that he has stashed on him.
didn't I heal you for like 13 points last session at the very end?
Oh yes, I don't think I added any of
Yeah,
that.
I don't think you did either.
That would help.
that would.
Cierto.
Oh, so not. So I'm just saying. I can't help but notice while having this conversation, you are actively bleeding out.
So
Oh, Well, if you need some more healing, I can help with that.
You're catching Nudia's just like about to take a sip of this. Yeah, I would much appreciate, but I know not to. I don't usually have the ability to ask.
Ability to ask. Gosh.
Well, perhaps it's been a minute since I've had someone to rely on.
I'll do a 3rd level cure wounds. Since you are so... Oh, come on. Why did that not take?
There we go.
Here for another 15.
Thank you much.
You're welcome.
I'm only down 9.
Yeah.
Does anyone else need healing?
Other than yourself?
Yeah. She doesn't count herself.
You're the most dinged up at this point now.
Oh, yeah.
And Nadir will offer, like, hold out the healing potion that he was about to drink.
Oh,
Would you care for a sip?
I'll give myself a 4th level cure wounds. Hopefully we don't get into a fight before we get a rest.
Yeah, that's also kind of what I was
19.
worried about.
Yeah. Alright. Let me do the math, because I'm not good at math in my head.
It's 17?
Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. I can at least do mental math of basic less than 5-digit numbers.
That's fair. That's better than I can do sometimes. Sometimes I look at numbers and I'm like, I don't know what those are anymore.
Look at numbers.
Just the
it's like,
four of you
That
are-
word's spelled funny.
So 4 of you are getting to know each other. Atlan's just keeping his distance. Doesn't interact, doesn't join in with the group, just kind of keeps a distance out front, kind of scouting ahead.
How is the family we're traveling with doing?
Best you can tell, everybody's asleep except for Tolliver, who's manning the wagon.
I'll call out to Atlian. Friend, how's it look up there? Anything worth note?
Do we appoint officially somebody to run Atlan tonight?
I think it was going to be Conrad because AJ ran Tamerlane.
Yes, I was assigned. Gifted
Assigned.
Atlan.
Gifted, yes.
Signed.
I
Yes,
willingly,
no, sorry.
I willingly took on the mantle.
No, yes, right. Sorry. I
Kicking
wasn't
and screaming.
kidnapped and forced to take Atlan. I did it willingly.
Bound and gagged.
Blink twice if you need us to send help. Oh God. How long have we been riding for? Is it like a good time to try and actually make camp?
That's up to you. At what point in time you feel comfortable? Pretty much at any point in time over the evening, you could say, when we get to this point, this is where I feel like you have a good spot. Because when you left town, it was well after midnight already.
So we're not operating on normal riding schedule times.
Correct. You are going blind through a rainstorm in the mud just to try and put some more distance between you and whoever the pursuers might be.
Um,
Hmm.
I think Tamerlane would be keeping an eye out for a place. Maybe we can find a place um, that would be hidden, like would be fairly well hidden and protected to make camp.
It's about halfway through the night, so probably about 3 or 4 in the morning. You find yourself getting a little bit more solid ground, some rock underneath rather than just mud. And it looks like it extends off that there would be places that you could kind of go scout off to the side and find some place away from the road. Um, it's pretty much forest throughout here, so there's plenty of
Yeah.
opportunities to get some shelter from the rain. It's just a matter of finding some place that's not going to be bedding down in the muck.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have my raven sort of fly behind as well, just keeping an eye out for any pursuers.
It stays pretty clear over the course of the night. Do you choose to make camp then? Around that 4 o'clock time?
Yeah, we should
Hang on.
go
Yeah,
make sure we're like not dying.
I think Marky would just sort of like yawn and just been like, "Well, I don't know about you. I don't mind staying up till the wee hours of the morning most times, though. I'd see a couple of you could probably use a decent night's rest." I'll look towards Cudwin and just be like, you, you grew up in a forest, partly. Is there anywhere you see around here that could be a good place to stay?
She'll kind of sit up a little straighter and look around. And is there any good spot nearby?
By your standards of a good place in the forest, yeah, there's lots of good spots. Dry spots,
Uh,
places you can climb to.
well, there's a really good dry spot, and a tree would be really easy to climb over there. Oh, that one's actually there's a nice underbrush. Oh, the moss over there looks really soft. Um,
I think I would struggle to climb a tree.
oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't. I'm so sorry. That's offensive, isn't it?
No, it's fine.
I think it would be offensive if you assumed that he couldn't climb a tree immediately.
That's fair. If you're trying to find some place that looks like it's some shelter from the road, she'll kind of point a little forward. There looks about right.
Trusting.
What's it look like? The place you're pointing to.
So it's probably like there's like a few trees just like that have kind of grown up like really close to each other and like a huge like a bush where there is a little bit of a clearing right like behind it. Maybe it even used to be a campsite that someone else has stayed there at one point.
Green lightens up a little bit as you stop. Tolliver initially protests a little bit at the stopping before just giving in that he's exhausted as much as anybody else is.
Oliver, my friend, if we are exhausted, then how are we to protect you? It just doesn't make any sense.
I trust you all don't know what's best. Everybody else is asleep in the wagon anyway.
Must be nice. You ever slept in a horse before?
A few times.
Not comfortable, is it?
No,
No,
not.
no. Probably pull off and just catch a little bit of sleep. Just maybe just a small amount of rest. If anybody says catnap, I will cut you. Perfect, we're agreed.
Excellent.
I'll off to the
All right.
area that Gerben suggested.
So y'all make camp, take the opportunity to get some rest. Anybody keeping watch, or you got a watch order or anything like that that's going on over the night?
How many
Watch
watches?
would-
Just be however many hours you want to sleep and how long you want your watch sessions to be.
4, 2 hours each?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the usual.
I can take first watch.
Yes, if you so wish.
Come and wake me up afterwards, then.
She'll give you a thumbs up and scramble up into a tree.
You have any preference, Tamlin, on taking the last watch or the second to last watch?
Not really.
In that case, I'll take the last one.
All right. Y'all get settled. Caradwin takes on the watch for the first session. Each of you taking your watch in succession, you pass the night without issue. Not a whole lot to be seen out in the rain-filled sky, but the rain does start to diminish as morning approaches, and we're still in rest mode at that point. But by the time Marquis on, it's just down to just a little drizzle and some fog, making visibility really poor, but also cloaking your guys' position really well too. So
I'm going to be right back. Sorry, guys.
the end of his watch, he had to go check on something.
Yeah.
Hey, we know what the brand of his hat is.
Beach.
All right. As last watch concludes and everybody starts waking in the morning and immediately getting back on the road, you're nearing the end of the valley, the Moonstream Valley, and you were already starting to get up out of the bottom of the valley, moving out of the marshy area. Morning air is filled with the sound of spring frogs singing, insects humming, as gives way to close to noon by the time we're really getting going.
Mhm.
And head off under the sunny skies as everything is kind of pulled away from the dark, rainy night. And head out by early afternoon. What little of the drizzle has completely faded away, as well as the dampness to your clothing as things start to dry on your backs. And really just a pleasant day's travel. eventually get to another little dip, smaller valley that's got a little smaller stream passing down through it, but it does definitely appear to be pretty swollen from all the rainwater from the night before, as well as still some late winter melt coming down from the mountains to the east. And so, where once there appeared to be some sort of a narrow bridge across, wooden bridge, that honestly may have been a little bit rickety to be moving a wagon across. The bridge doesn't appear to be in any condition to be traversing at this point in time, as it is mostly just posts and scattered pieces of wood that everything else is washed away. But based off the limited scouting that's been being done between Marquise, Familiar, Tamerlane, the Ranger, there's really no other place to go but forward and cross the river. Any thoughts on how to get across? Any ways you want to do this, or just gonna gut it out and see how it goes?
Let me check my spell list really quick.
I mean, I have a broom of flying, so I'm good.
Gerwin just keeps going down the road. It doesn't even stop. It's like, oh, just some water, whatever.
She
Is
gets
there
like
a
Oh, it's so
no, no,
pretty.
go ahead. Go ahead. I was literally just going to ask about doing a long rest. Like, if we got the benefit of a long rest, is there a way
Yes,
to
you
do that
did.
on here?
Okay,
Let me do that.
there we go.
she gets like a few feet from the other side of the river, before she notices that nobody's been following her.
You notice Tamerlane kind of checks some of the, like, kind of turns over his back to his flanks, and buckles the saddlebags he has down. And just kind of dives in, and is a quite good swimmer. And kind of has his things are already in waterproof cases for some reason.
Nice.
He's just a smart man. That's all it is.
Give me an athletics with advantage on that.
I do have one of my magic items is a ring of swimming.
Okay.
Okay, so still do the athletics?
Yeah, with advantage.
Okay, cool. D&D, where you have to get a magic item in order to swim.
Oh yeah, you make it look effortless. With your magic item, moved you down to a DC of 7, so you were pretty well set.
How
we
deep?
really had to roll on that one.
How deep's that river there?
How deep is it?
Really, honestly, only about a foot above your back. You could have walked across it, so
yeah, wed in height. It's
wonderful.
Really, it's easy.
Also, horses are in fact really good swimmers.
Yeah. Nudios is gonna just have his horse trot across the river.
Yeah, same.
Give me the... Just give me a straight D20 roll on those.
Ah, yes. Dice. Of course.
Oh. Excellent, eh?
Twice as good as Nudius.
Twice as nice.
Fun way to look at it.
That helps. If I turn off filters, that always makes things go a little bit better. Oh, that's a pretty warhorse. +4. Nudios, give me an animal handling.
Oh no.
Marquis, you're fine. It's a bit of a struggle, but you get across.
I've got a fancy horse. What can I say?
Oh no.
As 3 of you make it across easily, watch as Nudia starts to go sideways a little bit, struggling against the current, and struggling to really grasp how he's supposed to work this mount. Not really a common thing for Nudios to be riding a horse, but necessity required it today. Somebody want to give me a D20 roll for the wagon.
Shouldn't.
Yeah,
Oh,
since you're
yeah.
just flying in style, you do the roll, sure.
Yeah. 17.
Okay, we're
Nice.
good.
I was
All
gonna
right,
s-
as you notice Nudio starting to list downstream.
I was gonna say,
Anybody wish to do something?
could Caradwin fly over and try to help, like, calm the horse to help get them to cross?
Okay, give me an animal handling.
Okay.
Do you have anything at your disposal to help with an animal handling check?
I am gonna cast Animal Friendship.
Okay.
So that it will know that I do not mean it any harm.
Then you can do animal handling with advantage.
Awesome. Alright, so advantage. Animal handling.
At this point, Nudios is just like flailing about.
All right, Nudios, you can make another attempt on your animal handling check, this time with advantage, due to the aid you're getting from Caradwin.
Thank you, thank you. A dirty 20.
Or was that 10 before?
Yeah.
All right, Nudios, your horse starts to kind of pull you and take care of things for you as it pulls its way back over. And so you're just a little ways downstream, but you get back up out of the river and rejoin the party as you guys continue on.
Apologies for that. I am not too used to riding on a horse.
So you made it across. That was honestly the challenge. So all past, all good.
And so we shall continue.
All right, as you continue out of this little mini valley up into pretty high point in the downward slope of the Temptation Mountains to the east. Marquis, I'm just going to roll one of you at random until everybody gets a chance on each of the days here. So, anyone you wish to continue a conversation with, initiate a conversation with.
I feel like I should probably talk to Tolliver, honestly.
Okay.
Just like put my horse into a slightly lower gear so it's next to the wagon. Just be like, so I was just wondering, Tolliver, is there anything else you've neglected to tell us about any of this, which is surely going to come about and cause some sort of comeuppance the moment we arrive?
What do you want to know?
Well, the last time we had a conversation about why it is you were taking things, it did take quite a long time to get to the real crux of the matter. So I was somewhat concerned if there was anything else you'd neglected to tell us. Because,
I mean, I'm sorry about kind of hiding things with my son. Wasn't sure how much to trust you. Yeah, I mean, you're really five strangers I didn't know before last night, and whether you do something to just, maybe not help my son. Um, sorry, apologies for
that's all right. I understand some
worrying about the
obfuscation.
assumptions. But
Yes, I understand some obfuscation when it comes to talking about like that. But I think at that stage we'd already committed to saying we were going to help you. I don't know what the issue was with telling us exactly what it is we were getting ourselves into. What did you know about this depository?
oh, not terribly lots. Most of the time, I try and get two items before they claim them. It's pretty good money to be made working for private collectors, individuals searching for these objects. Uh, but can't say I've ever dealt with something quite like this that was quite clearly cursed, damned, to world-ending dangers to be left into the hands of somebody like Ravenwood. But stories I hear, the repositories, kind of the preeminent keepers of the dangerous. One of the more stable countries. The repository's been around since, well, before Baral was ever around, so I ran into one of their representatives once, long time back. This man named Henio. It's not the nicest fellow, but looked him up when I ran into this situation. Was able to get in touch with him, who put me in touch with some others at the repository that were able to line things up in Silverdeep. So I trust him. Worst case
How much?
scenario, maybe they stiff me on helping my family out, but as long as I can get the object parted from Tommen and no longer hanging around my neck.
I mean, you're certainly putting a lot of trust in them.
Not a lot of options.
Wait. Let me get this clear. It was too dangerous to give to Lord Smallwood, so you gave it to your son?
No, the stuff with my son was pretty inadvertent. It wasn't
Pretty
anything that was. I
Which
mean,
is
like, we didn't
very.
open it. We didn't like give him any real access to it. Best we could conclude in talking to one of the mages that we met up with in Kalmar on our way north was that it somehow has a better affinity to those that are maybe a little bit weaker willed, such as children, elderly, just generally weak willed individuals.
Oh, what a bloody
Um,
awful item.
Started with dreams. My son first, my daughter second. Both of them seeing things in their dreams that wasn't right. We thought just nightmares at first, but it became a little bit more vivid. A few too many similarities to what I saw. That clearly something was connected, and then of course there was when we attempted to offload it with the bodyguards the first time around. And what happened to Tommen as they left town only fortunate enough that we were able to catch up with him before he. I don't even want to think about it.
What sort of dreams, things were they seeing in their dreams?
Started with was a man, um, shadowy figure, no face, under cloak. Much like those descriptions you hear about some ghostly entities, like a wraith or things like that. You don't faceless spirits, but full-formed arms, full-formed legs, and one hand made of silver that talked to him, beckoned them to come to him, beckoned them to do things. It's a little bit more pronounced with Tommen than it was with Elsa. Probably because I think part of him gave into it. That's why he was able to, how would you call it, the tune to it, or connect with it. And there were some other ones that were a little bit more concerning or disconcerting. Faces of dead folks. They didn't recognize anybody, but I mean, Tommen's only 5. Doesn't know that many people that have passed. But almost like an army at the backs of this silver-hand man. Definitely not things I wanted in the mind of my 5-year-old.
I'll look at Cudwin and just be like, you see, now that's ominous. Staring at the sky, not as ominous as that. That's ominous.
Yeah, if they thought I was cursed, I don't want them to meet him.
I hope nobody ever meets whoever that is. This thing gets locked away someplace where nobody's going to ever see it or hear from it again.
That's a sentiment we all share. The less creepy, ominous people with silver hands standing at the head of armies that we run into, the better, honestly.
He gives a little smile. Half smile. It's not my, not a great fashion choice.
Well, there's a lot to be said for a different colored gauntlet, but I think in this situation...
It's not a gauntlet. Looks, it's like the hand is silver.
Oh, that's so much worse. Good grief.
I mean, that's what's in the box. It's a silver hand. Belonged to some... Oh, what was this? Was a name associated with it. I'd have to check my... I'll check my journal when we stop tonight. Probably best to just read it rather than saying it out loud. I don't know. That sounds... Maybe that's superstitious, but don't want to grant any more power to this being than necessary.
Wait, bear just suspicion.
Well, we'll hopefully getting this item, shall we say, to the repository will, one can only hope, solve the underlying issue that seems to be causing terrible dreams on your son and daughter's part here. And hopefully we never have to think of or hear of anything about it again.
That would be good. All right, Ollie. As the day progresses, traveling through a little bit more of the highlands, scattered forests, grasslands, everything green with the, as we're nearing mid-spring, early to mid-spring. Why don't you give us a little bit of narration for how the rest of the day's travel goes?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that on you guys because I was gonna do that to you last week. So,
all right. So, it's just uneventful travel essentially.
yeah. Doesn't need to be a ton.
Yeah. So the day unfolds much like anybody who's adventured or traveled and a party has experienced. It's the miles themselves are eaten up by like an easy lope from the horses, and you find yourself at times doing that thing where you don't quite remember where the last 30 minutes to an hour sort of went. It's just sort of you're in one place and you look at the surroundings, and then suddenly you're somewhere else, and the surroundings are the same but different. It's that sort of off mindset that you get when traveling long distances with nothing around you. It just sort of almost lulls you in to a lack of immediate concentration. The motion of the horse, the sound of the hooves, the sound of the wagon being pulled behind the wheels, they all sort of blend into like a tapestry of almost like white noise, which you know well enough to not let your senses turn off completely when you travel in any place that you don't know. But you realize that you're listening for things that are out of place rather than anything that's similar. You discount things. Every now and again, an odd noise from the forest, an animal or something like that, will make one of the party members sort of start a little bit, but nothing enough that's going to cause anyone any real consternation. As the sun passes through its zenith and starts coming down as the reaches the top of the tree line, you begin to get weary, but it's an odd kind of weariness because you haven't really expanded any effort, but you feel as though you have. The consistent motion and sounds and just being somewhere that you haven't been before has tired you out somehow. Not exhausted you, but it's a weird thing that happens when you travel for like an extended period of time. In that once you reach a place to make camp and you get off your horse, you realize that you are tired, though you haven't done the traveling yourself. It's an odd sensation.
And as you reach the end of the day, decide it's quite late. You've traveled a little bit into the dark due to the late start. Find another place to rest for the evening, rest the horses, rest the broom, I suppose.
Sweep out the cobwebs, as it were.
and break for the night. Um, let's. Nudios, do you have anybody you wish to strike up a conversation with in the wee hours of the evening before you settle down for a night's rest?
New Dios will pull up next to Tamerlane. Oh, it's a crazy thing we have going on here, you know. But I have to wonder, for most everyone, why did you say yes? Like, I mean, we're going in this direction, perhaps, but there's a lot of danger on this.
Shrugs his shoulders. I'm no stranger to danger, and I can use the money, quite frankly.
I guess we all could, couldn't we? Uh, I I apologize. I don't think I'll be able to join you on your journey once we depart from this one. Uh, I think I'm heading a little bit
I
more inland.
I don't think that would be possible anyway.
What do you say?
Uh, I'm not planning on getting on a public ship. It's more of a private thing.
Diaz will nod his head. I can respect that. I mean, I have my own secrets, as you know. Uh, so
I,
we haven't heard what was in the box, have we? Sorry, I just don't want to be.
No, I think for the sake of not having to repeat conversations, I would say you would have probably been able to overhear any conversations that are going on amongst the group. Unless
Okay.
somebody specifically chooses to say that they're going to keep theirs quiet and private. So I guess that's up to Marquis.
No, people joined in, so
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know which parts are. Don't want to be too much. But where where do you think this hand is from? I mean, for it to kill so many men, it's got to be something that has a story behind it, doesn't it?
I'm sure it does. And he just kind of just stops talking. And like that was that statement encapsulated his whole conversation on it.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm I he, uh the tone of the conversation uh, that Tamerlane is having with Nudios today feels different than in their like initial meeting in the card across the card table.
Mhm.
When you say different, what do you mean? In what way?
Um, like, hmm, less
Perhaps.
jovial, less less open.
Hmm. Uh, Noted. I think New Dios is perhaps just still a little worn. Uh, Not quite used to as much chaos as what the last battle had ensued.
Or why did you accept this?
Well, when I heard that it was something that someone needed some help, I mean, I couldn't say no, could I? I remember when I was young and dumb and stupid, or younger and dumber and stupider. Uh, I got into not quite this level of chaos and brimstone, perhaps, but I got into a few messes, and I really uh, appreciated the people that took the time to help me along my way.
Hmm.
I maybe it's I'd like to think that there's something good left in this world, you know?
I'm sure there is.
Yes, we
All
should
right.
go along our way.
I need wisdom saves from everybody.
Oh yes.
Hmm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow, a 5, a 3, and a 3 on wisdom
Alfred moment.
saves.
Alfred moment.
Truly. Collective Alfred moment.
All right. Don't have to do anything with that quite yet. So, okay. I'll settle down for another night's rest and set off into day 3, or third leg of the travel. We'll put it that way. As wait to the day beginning beneath a pale spring sun, diffused by the thickening haze on the eastern horizon. Steady wind rises with the light and never lets up. rushes low over the open plains, tugging at cloaks and gear, setting tall grasses into a relentless, rippling dance. You ride through or walk, trot, whatever speed you're taking, Tamerlane, through a golden sea of waist-high grasses from the last season. The road is very minimally a road in many places. It's mostly two wagon ruts or a little bit of a packed down piece of dirt here and there. So the grasses are actively like just running up against your legs, up against the sides of the wagon, underneath the wagon. A few bits of green and varied colors as you spot some wildflowers growing up amongst the grasses. Most of the area up here this far up in altitude is fairly dry, but not unpleasant, as the skies remain a high cloud-streaked blue. As the hours pass, you start to feel a little bit more of accumulation of the long day's travel. But you persevere, heading into the afternoon. Around midday, the near end of it, there's a little dust devil gets kicked up about 30 feet off the road to the west. Just a small cyclone of grit, dirt, and a few wildflower petals. But behaves a little bit differently. Don't know whether your eyes are just playing tricks on you at this point. Successive days of travel. Nothing really happening during that travel. As the dust devil gives a little bit of a howl as it spins, and for the briefest moment, each of you are sure that you hear it. It's like a whisper. Too low to parse, but too deliberate to be just mere wind. The sound fades just as quickly as it came. Give me another wisdom save.
I'm looking forward to being fully corrupt by the time we reach this place.
Ooh,
Fully-
baby. I'm so back.
Fully corrupt.
All right. Nudios and Tamerlane, you both succeed. And as that whisper goes and passes away, passes out of your mind, is just a momentary hallucination. But for Marquis and Cardwin, just sticks with you. Just clinging to your thoughts, nagging at your mind throughout the afternoon. It's too overt. There's just too much to it to just be nothing. Just be air on the wind. As you move further into the afternoon, a couple hours of that nagging at the back of your mind, the wind blows up something a little bit more tangible. You find an overturned supply cart lying just off the road, half hidden by a rise in the land, as well as the tall grasses. The harness that once attached it to some sort of beast of burden has been broken. But the goods appear to be mostly untouched. Some barrels of dried fruit, crates of tools, a few sacks of grain. Fresh enough to not yet be drawing scavengers. The earth around it is scuffed. Some sort of activity happened here. No blood, no bodies. Just an absence. What would you like to do?
Carradwin's gonna deactivate the flying aspect of her flying broom and go investigate the overturned supply cart.
Okay. You can go ahead and roll an investigation check. What about the rest of you?
Yeah, he'll also get off dismount his horse, and he'll start looking at the supply crate as well. He wants to focus on like how they were overturned, seeing like what sort of forces were at play. If he can determine whether like it was mundane, arcane, or all the sort.
Okay. You can roll me an investigation as well. Marquis, Tamerlane?
Tamerlane is going to suspect that this is a trap and not focus on the cart and focus on the surrounding horizon and the things around us.
All right, give me a perception. And Marquis.
Marquis going to look at tablets and watch, just be like, so you also think this is a trap, right?
Oh, almost definitely.
Cool. Which way are you looking?
He pulls a pair of goggles down over his eyes. I'm looking all of the ways.
Righty-ho. I'll keep an eye on the people by the cart. I'll let you know if anyone's approaching from behind.
As Nidios walks up to these carts, he is not without the street smarts to know that it is also probably a trap. He would like to activate Mage Armor.
Okay.
I'm
Your
not wearing armor.
investigation, Nudios, is fruitless. You're stumped. Can't find anything to give you any sign of what has happened. Just whoever had this cart is no longer here. And Marquis, you can give a perception to join in with Tamerlane on that front, if that's what you're wanting to do.
Sure.
Keep watch.
Can I, like, if he's like looking around there, I'm just watching them. Could I make a like an insight check as to how, if I were to set a trap like this, where would I hide, essentially?
I'll let you do that as an not as an insight, but as a investigation or a survival. Your pick.
Cool. I'll do investigation because it's slightly better than my survival.
Nice.
I mean, that's the highest I've rolled so far.
There's a couple options, a couple places that strike you as being okay. Yeah, that'd be a place. There's a little bit of a rise off to the east. That I will say that Curdwin, you also see this rise off to the east as you're doing your fly around.
Oh no, she's like, she's hopped off her broom and is like just seeing if she can find any like food, any supplies from the. Whereas everyone else is very aware this could be a trap, she is not aware and does not care.
But yeah, these supplies are all very much intact. Anything that you would want to latch onto, there's, like I said, grain, dried fruit, tools.
I shall start collecting the dried fruit. There's apple
You
slices.
don't notice anything off about it. Everything seems to be in good condition.
Need your appy slices?
Need my appy slices.
Tamerlane and Marquis, or Tamerlane keeping watch. Don't see any signs of activity. Nobody seems to be waiting in the wings.
And does this area seem dry? Because I know we were going through rain when we first ventured off, but that was a couple
Yeah,
days ago.
this
Well,
you're
ago,
up at a pretty much up in
This
the
is
higher
arid.
portions, and this is pretty dry.
Right. So there's nothing that's like could suggest how long it was.
No.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You cared when you're 14 on your investigation as you were looking about picking up your fruit and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
You do notice a few footprints that head off to the east, further up into the mountains.
Yeah, I guess they went this way. After whatever happened.
But why would they just leave their supplies here?
She kind of
No
shrugs
more
as she takes like a bite of some fruit.
no more horses to pull?
It feels off, like something is wrong.
Oh no, the answer to the like we just ignore it and we continue going. This
I I
we're
think
already
that's right.
doing one thing. Whatever happened here, there seems to be no blood. There seems to be no real sign of anything that's happened. It's odd, but odd things happen all the time.
Right.
We'll keep going. Be dark soon. I don't
Yeah,
think we want to stay here.
I think you're right. Um, we've got one thing we're already doing, so why take on more on our plate?
Maybe they just got tired of what they were doing and decided to go do something else.
Yes, let's hope that's the case. A mid-trip change of career for these people.
All right, as you continue on, keeping vigilant. Those of you that were looking for a trap. But Nudios, you want to narrate us to the night's rest and what location you find as a place to rest for the night?
So we're coming off this mountainous area, this like elevated part, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be going like down the mountain in elevation, correct?
Yeah, you're not
Just
like
want to
on
set
the
a little
mountain.
scene.
You're just at the high point, kind of at the base of where the mountains start to get really steep from here.
Ah, the foothills. Okay.
Yeah. And you're basically at the apex as you look down to the north. You can see Tellurian just like spread out before you, rolling grasslands and um, the Sea of Kings off in the distance as well.
Yes, yes. On the precipice of the foothills, the party rides or flies up, and they come over a crest that overlooks a vast amount of the plains. And as they are looking about, Nidios spots down quite a ways, but nonetheless, a nice little set of vegetation actually that has come over into a almost hovel, and you can see that a lot of the fauna have actually gathered and used this place as like a nesting ground. There's a large boulder that has traveled down the mountainside and sort of created a triangular like shape over that creates the watershed that will keep people or keep animals or people dry. And it's resting on top of a large set of trees that are just sort of keeping it suspended. But it passes as a workable home for those that pass by. Even as you tend to, or not tend to, as you approach the encampment, you see a vast amount of little creatures like scurrying past. It seems like the area is teeming with life around here.
All right, as you settle down in this nice natural encampment for another night's rest, Marquis Tolliver does hand you his journal, points out the name Askenaz, Askenaz.
Ah,
But Tamerlane, it's your evening to pick a target. Anybody you would like to initiate a conversation with?
Good question. I think it would probably be Caradwin. Um. So, I'm. Yes. I. Why are you here? There are so many better places for you to be.
I mean, you could say that about anybody, technically. I'm just trying to find answers, and this is the path that journey has taken me on.
Yeah, you could say that about anyone, but you feel like you deserve more. I don't know. I heard talking to Marquis. I don't know if just walking will find your mother.
There's nothing else I can really do, though. I know my information is limited, but I know she found a home that she wanted to take me to. So if she found it, then
Do you
maybe I
know-
can find it too.
Do you know where it is?
No. And as she'll open her pack, and if you're standing kind of close to her and peek into her bag, you'll notice there is a very beat up old teddy bear in there. And she kind of digs around and she pulls out this very crumpled note. And she'll hand it over, and it doesn't say much, but it essentially says, what you've heard is true. You are my child. I had to give you up for our own safety. But I have found a place. I found a home for us, and I would like to take you there. Meet me in the woods at sunset. She wasn't able to show up.
Well, I know you don't feel like you trust the gods, but there are, voices of them, ones that can, oracles that can help answer questions like that. There's one in Briora I've heard about. There are, maybe not in Furnace for you, yet one of the other gods.
I don't hate all of the gods, but I'd rather try my own luck first.
Well, if you are head to Telluria, you could always ask Aurora for help.
I guess I could. It's just, I guess what I was taught by the other druids is you follow the magic, the aether, and it won't steer you wrong. So, I know the gods are part of it, and, it's all tangled up together. They made it, or I don't know how it all works. But, I'm just... It's not just her I'm looking for. I'm looking for answers. And she'll motion to her eyes again. I know there's something wrong with me. I know I'm different. But I don't know.
Right?
I mean, what about you? What got you on your journeying to the sea, to all these cool places you've been?
My family died in a hurricane.
That's really tragic. I'm sorry.
I could hold Priora accountable, but what good would that do?
It will only do as much good as you think it will.
Is this quiet, this conversation, or is this like audible to everyone else?
It's
I mean,
up
I
to
haven't been
Tamerlane.
trying to keep. Oh, I haven't been trying to whisper, so.
I think Bucky's at this point probably just like, I am so sorry. Did you say your family died in a hurricane?
Yes.
Gosh. This is going to sound like an indelicate and stupid question, and I do apologize ahead of time. Where?
It. Um, our homeland.
On land.
Well, our homeland. Um. That it's not really a big country or anything.
No, no, it's not so much that. It's just that did it happen when they were out at sea, or did it happen when you were at home?
Well, I didn't start my journey on the sea until after my after the storm.
Bloody hell! That shows some character for you to get out on the sea and put yourself in that kind of situation.
Yes, it was certainly a decision I made.
Oh
I
no,
don't
sorry,
know
didn't.
much, but am I sensing sarcasm?
Not from me.
I was just
It
talking
was
to
yeah, it was very
Tamerlane. To
yeah,
Tamerlane.
it was like said very dryly.
So, sorry, I was. So you didn't choose to go back onto the sea. You decided that the best thing to do was just like, ah, yes, well, wetter is better, and you just jumped out there.
That's sure. Let's go with that.
Wonderful. Just so I understand exactly how much we're disclosing.
Sometimes we just follow things for reasons. We don't always know the reasons. You just gotta do it.
I guess so.
You take a long rest, recuperate, rejuvenate. Settled on, you are on the downward slope towards your final destination. Still a bit off in the distance. Nudio says you were doing your scouting to find a location. someone who'd be familiar with the location of Silverdeep would have been able to kind of pick it out on the horizon. But I mean, it's still a good long ways off. It's just from this vantage point, you'd be able to make out the port and things like that. So as you pick up the next day, and I remember that I need to open all my windows back up because I didn't save them where I was at, because that would have made too much sense. Morning breaks beneath another beautiful blue sky, clear, sun shining, aurora beaming, nice spring warmth, cutting at the slight chill from the spring evening. And there's a little bit of denseness to the air, little richness to the smell, little damp. No signs of dampness, just kind of have that feel of a little bit of humidity. And maybe give me a perception check, because passive perceptions are boring. They don't include rolling. That's not fun. Woo! There you go, Marquis. Finally, second half.
Finally.
It's where it's happening.
Had me in the first half, I ain't gonna lie.
All right, Marquis and Tamerlane both kind of pick up almost like a little bit of a electric tang to the air. It's kind of odd. And I'll say Marquis with the 21. I think for a moment you maybe hear thunder off in the distance, but looking around from this high viewpoint, there's no clouds, no signs of anything. And you're not sure whether to chalk it up to the same whispers and stuff nagging at your brain the day before, or whether you're hearing things. Are you hallucinating because of the stupid box that's, infecting the minds of children? But on that note, I think we should probably roll another round of perception checks.
Perception?
Or no, sorry, not perception. Wisdom saves. Sorry.
Man,
My other favorite
Yeah.
thing.
can't believe I used my good roll for
No.
Nice. Bless you. Gesundheit.
My rolls. My rolls have not been on point tonight.
Okay. I'm going to stick with your guys' 4 perception rolls from before. So everybody but New Dios with your 5. Sorry, you're out on this one. Notice during the evening's rest, as you guys are all, shifting and waking at we'll say New Dios, you're still out. You're one of the last to awaken, having been on the last shift of watch, the third shift of watch, sorry. So you haven't been asleep long enough to really get in good, so you don't really want to wake up. Tolliver seems very shifty. Shifty's not probably the right word for it, but moving a lot in his bedroll. Seems very uncomfortable. Something's nagging at him, whether it's something's in his bedroll, whether it's something in his thoughts, dreams, whatever it is. He's definitely seems different than he has the previous 2 long rests. But eventually everybody gets up, gets ready for the day. Caragwin. Would you like to narrate everybody breaking camp and getting started for the day under this nice, clear blue sky?
Yeah. So, quick question about how many days out are we from Silverdeep? Just to double check.
About a day.
About a day. Okay.
Should reach there by nightfall.
All right. So as you know, the morning sun sparkling on the dew that covers the long grasses that surround us, and the gentle shadows of the trees above us sway in the morning breeze. Everyone is getting themselves up and together, gathering whatever ways they found to sleep on the ground, and getting on their horses or broom, or attaching for Tolliver and his family, attaching the horses to the wagon and getting the children up in there. And I imagine they're kind of just like rubbing their eyes, just not wanting to be on the journey right now. And it is, by all accounts, a peaceful, if ordinary, morning on the road. Blue sky dotted with clouds, the occasional bird call in the distance. Seeing small creatures run through the grasses. Maybe even a distant herd of horses thundering across the plains. And probably, at this point, passing, as we're, getting closer to the city itself, passing some small farming communities where the farmers themselves have been out at work in the fields for a few hours by that point. I mean, as soon as dawn broke. Not really paying attention to the strangers that are passing through, because how often does that happen when you're honestly this close to the city or approaching the city? And just a calm, ordinary morning, yeah, that's all I got.
All right. As you start your day's travel, things passing along as Saga has so nicely described, as things get closer to midday, the trail in front of you becomes a little bit more well worn, picking up little trails from other locations, a little bit more activity down this route. And it's still not any sort of full formed road, but it's at least a little bit better than just a rough path. And as you crest a gentle little rise, um, mostly moving downhill, but drop down into a little valley and come back up on the other side, you are able to see out in front of you dark trees, thick grasses of the river valley that leads out to the Sea of Kings and to the small city of Silverdeep. Trees stretching out like basically a jagged wall along the southern edge of the river. And as you move onward, conversations amongst the party, amongst Tolliver, everybody seems to quiet a little bit with some anticipation that we're nearing the end of this long journey. The wind stills, birdsong starts to fade, all your attention focused on the path ahead as you start to move down the final decline down into the valley. Only the dull creak of leather and the rustle of tall grass brushing against boots, hooves. Hear a sound from behind. It's too soft a place. Footstep, branch snapping. No. It's the absence of sound that reveals it. Something's moving in the wake of this sound, keeping just far enough away to remain unseen. Anybody like to do anything?
Is my familiar see anything that's coming from behind us? Because like he's been.
Give me a
he's
perception check for the raven.
Been, yeah, sure. Perception is 13. It's also invisible, if that helps, and can see through magical darkness.
13 doesn't pick up anything.
Okay.
Trees have started to kind of close in the area. There's plenty of places that would be out of sight. I think with a 13, taking a more probing look, because realizing that there is a lot of cover to try and be watching around, but doesn't see anything.
Okay.
As you continue, the trail narrows as you start to descend down into a little bit of a canyon between two ridges. As you do so, suddenly one of the mounts rears up and bolts. Nudios, since you've had troubles with yours, that seems to be the apt one to be bolting at this point.
I was gonna say so
rough.
anyway. So
Your mount, snorting, terrified, just takes off. You hear a distant howl, long, low, piercing the stillness. Not 100% certain that it's anything other than just the howl of the wind, but enough to spook your mount. What do you do as your mount starts to dart, carrying you forward into this canyon, away from your party?
uh, there, my mount is not like responding to any sort of like pulling or reining in. Like first things first, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it's pulling away from you at this point. It's not responding to your efforts to control it. The basic efforts. If you would like to do something to try and stop it, you can attempt to do something. Just tell me what you want to do.
Nudia's very unfamiliar with horses being on them and the previous trouble that he's had with them. Starts to freak out and just jumps off his horse. It's
Okay.
freaking out.
Give me an acrobatics.
Wow.
That was a journey to 2.
Wow. He flails.
As you
off
go
the horse.
to attempt to throw yourself off the horse and land pleasantly. Thankfully, your form allows you to have a certain amount of dexterity to like kind of roll with things. But unfortunately for you, because of the way your saddle is put together in order to carry your snake-like figure, you get caught up in it, and the edge of your tail is still dragging as you are being dragged behind this horse.
Nidios will try to maneuver his hand to grab his blade and cut the part of the saddle that's like holding him hostage.
Does anybody else want to do anything to try and intervene at this point
Actually,
in time, seeing Nudios being drug away?
no. Nudius will not cut. He will actually, he will go to cut, and then he will remember that he can do things, and he will swirl his blade back towards where the party is, and he will misty step back towards them.
Okay.
Curdwin will kind of like at the river. It will cast animal friendship on the horse and try to like fly up as close, because especially if it's speeding off, she might not be able to catch up, but try to like kind of fly a little closer and just be like, shh, shh, hey, it's okay, everything is okay, and just kind of trying to like speak very gently and hoping that it calms down.
All right. Give me an animal handling with advantage. Oh, 23. Easily able to calm this horse, get it to slow down as you find yourself down in the thick of this canyon as the party is starting to catch up to you. Nudios doing his best job to keep up with everybody else now that he is on foot.
She'll grab the horse's reins and like try to meet them halfway. Broom in one hand, horse's reins in her other. You really gotta be nicer to them. So you keep spooking them.
I don't know what I have done to the horse. I just sit on the horse. That's...
Have you been feeding them enough? I mean, I could ask them.
Can you ask him if they are fed well enough? Do I need to feed them better?
Yeah. She'll cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And just like while kind of like petting the horse, it's like, hi, I'm Curdwin. What's your name?
He's having a conversation with the horse.
Horse?
Your name is Horse. Wonderful. I just wanted to ask you how you feel about your companion here, Nudihos. And she'll kind of motion over to Nudihos.
He'll just like wave his hand.
Cause you seem to be on edge, and I just want to make sure everything is all right. Have you been fed enough? Do you need more water?
Food, water, eat good.
How do you feel like you've been eating good, or do you need more?
I good.
You're good?
Good.
Good. Do you know what spooked you?
Howl?
The howl. Okay, that's fair. She'll,
We go?
Yeah, we just gotta get Nudihos back on you, and then we'll keep going.
Can I get back on the horse?
Oh, yeah. And as he's doing that, she's gonna feed Horse some apple slices that she got.
The apple slices. Am I not feeding this horse well enough?
No, they seem like you've been feeding them enough. They're actually really good and content. Just the howl spooked them.
Good. Good.
Good. Yeah. They're good.
Okay, what thank you. I really appreciate that. You've been quite a help on this journey.
I do my best. I like animals, so.
All right. As you recover control of your mounts and the road heads down into this canyon, um, sheer stone walls rising like jagged sentinels as you approach. Final stretch towards Silverdeep. Um, this is, to those of you that have traveled this road before, which is probably two of you, maybe tops. Marquis, maybe. Um, and Atlan would be the other one that would probably have a decent chance to have traveled this. This is the back road. This is not the main road to Silverdeep. You've been traveling the back road in order to stay a little bit more clandestine. And clearly is not a very well traveled road, not a lot of activity on it. And this last stretch heads into this canyon with a lot of different switchbacks to then come in basically a back gate that comes into Silverdeep. As you make your way down into this canyon, what moments ago was a crisp, clear afternoon starts to grow a little bit dim. A sudden veil of roiling clouds swirling somewhat unnaturally overhead, casting long, trembling shadows across the ravine floor. Sharp wind starts to kick up, funneling through the canyon. A keening whistle, more whistle, less howl, stings at your ears, tugs at your cloaks. As your mount snort, shuffle nervously, nostrils flaring, instinct stirred by something unseen. The air shifted, charged, expectant, carrying the undeniable weight of a presence just beyond the edge of your perception. Though it is only mid-afternoon, shadows stretch long across the land. Lightning starts to fork down in clusters. Everybody just give me a nature check. Nobody ever gets to roll nature checks enough. We gotta throw those in.
Nature. I know how to do that.
Let's go ranger and druid.
The druid's better at it than I am.
Solid scores all around on both of those fronts. I'll say actually with Tamerlane and Caradwin, you both lightning is not doesn't seem to be falling at random like you would expect it to. It's definitely more focused. Each bolt like stabbing into the earth, closer and closer to the road you're traveling on. Which starts out as being up on the edges of the ridges on each side is now starting to close in, almost funneling you more and more into a narrow path. Everybody give me an Arcana. We're going to hit all those knowledge ones. There'll be a history check later. That one will be on the final exam, though. So.
Dang.
Whew, look at those rolls.
Popped
Damn.
off. Yeah, popped off on
Excellent.
the Arcana.
All right. All four of you clearly identify this. This is not an ordinary storm. Something about the lightning is just like searching. Somebody is at the reins of this lightning storm. As the air is now just charged, restless, and what had been a pleasant day, nice, calm trip down the road, which started with our description of the morning commute, has quickly changed to a little bit more frazzled, panicked, distressed, as one after another lightning strike out to the edges. Nothing coming quite close to hitting any one of you, but closer than you probably have experienced too many times in your life as to the lightning being this close to you. Very unnaturally close. Tolliver and Mira, his wife, both appear to be very concerned as they quickly snap at the reins, trying to get the wagon to go faster, trying to get away from this storm. Quickly surmise that they don't maybe understand that there's anything unnatural going on. They're just scared. As the children, arms wrapped around their waists, huddling and fearful. As they start to pick up pace, a flash of lightning just like splits the sky with a loud crack of thunder, painting the canyon walls in stark white just for a moment. And in that instance, you see an individual high atop the ledge to the side. Almost just a moment before you see it yourself, Marquis, you get the relay finally from the Raven that's like, there's something there. So that you just turned just a second earlier than everybody else to see this figure silhouetted against the storm-racked heavens above. A large, grayish figure cloaked in wind and madness, bejeweled outfit that's just shaking in the wind like bells rattling on her cloak. Wiry hair whipping in all directions, arms spread wide as if to embrace the chaos, and cackling laughter cutting through the wind like a blade. As she sits atop a large, like, oversized pronghorn mount that is running alongside at the top of this ridge. She takes a moment to, like, there's just this cinematic moment of looking up, arms raised, rearing back on this rock pronghorn before she just completely sets back into trying to keep pace with Tolliver in the wagon. As the creature's hooves start to fling loose stones down the cliffside, alerting all of you that there's something up there. For those that have not noticed it, your mount's now noticing, a sense of urgency, something's tumbling down. As you start to realize that pursuers have caught up at some point here. What would you like to do? I guess for clarification, I will say they are up, but this individual with the pronghorn is up on the cliffside off to the right. That's a good 50 feet. You're 50 feet deep down in this canyon. So not something that, hey, just go quickly, make a jump down and they're going to be on top of you. It's they're running alongside of you looking for an opportunity. Well, for the sake of keeping things simple, roll initiative, and we'll work in an initiative order on what everybody wants to do as you are now being pursued. And we shift into a little bit of a chase.
Okay, heard.
Fucking +8. I roll a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Initiative has not been your friend. Or no, you were pretty decently high in that first battle. That was Atlan that was at the bottom, wasn't it?
No, it was. I think it was me. I was also pretty mid in that one. It's
You
just.
just
It's
got
not
to
so much
save up.
initiative. It's not so much initiative. It's just dice.
Conrad, you want to roll Atlan's as well?
Oh, yes.
damn, Tolliver came to play. Rolled himself an 19 before his -1 dropped it to an 18. All right. Looks like New Dios, you're going to be the top of the order as this figure is illuminated on the ridge up above. What would you like to do?
Okay. First things first. New Dios is going to take out his blade and point it up towards the figure on the ridge line, and he is going to bonus action cast Marshal's Pursuit. So let me see. Just oh, there we go. So I get an extra 15 feet of movement, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, but that'll come later. That's bonus action, and then action, he is going to jump up off of the... No, first. He's going to take his reins and hand them to whoever's closest. Atlian, mayhaps. And
give it to the guy that's not here. That seems fair. He
why
can't
not?
say no.
He's gonna jump up and with another flick of his sword as he jumps up, he's going to cast Polymorph on himself. And turn into an eagle. From there, he is going to fly up to the ridgeline and immediately, what's it called? He'll just start like coasting next towards the person on the ridgeline.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn for now.
All right. Tolliver is just going to go as fast as he can, breakneck speed with that wagon. So, Tamerlane.
Hey,
Good question.
just as a yeah, I don't know if you can do both of those things because they're both concentration spells.
Are they both concentration?
The first one was concentration. Is your polymorph concentration as well?
Yeah.
Oh,
Then
damn.
yeah, you would be dropping the first one when you switch to the second one. Well, actually, you wouldn't be able to do both of them anyway because it'd be two spells.
They're two spells
are
in the same turn.
No cantrip. So
yeah, I wasn't
so
sure.
Actually,
Like,
you'd still have
how
the
you
first
were
one up,
handling
so you would still have your action. Good call, Ollie.
Yeah, I just wasn't
Yeah,
sure how you
sure.
had, like. I figured like you'd like because I know some games allow like you can do bonus action spells on regular.
No,
action
yeah,
spells.
yeah. I was
So
looking
I
at
figured
just
that was.
action economy.
But I was just looking at it. I was just like because I saw that one. I'm just like, oh, I don't know Marshal's Pursuit. That's like a new like spell I don't know. It's probably like from the Blackstaff's compendium.
All that craziness.
Yeah,
I
and
saw
then
the
I was just
bonus
like,
action part, and I just moved on from the. Okay, well, you did too. Whatever.
No, you're right. You're right.
Nope.
Oh, God,
Good call.
sorry.
Good call.
I'm fried.
sorry, Dustin.
No. Like, I should have caught that.
This guy.
Would it be? I mean, something to say like. Okay, yeah. So I guess we'll still be down on the horse. Um. Uh. Oh shit. Okay. I'm just gonna throw out some magic missiles to move us along.
I don't think you can do that either. It's
Oh wait,
two
no,
That's
it's
spells.
a
level one,
level
isn't it?
spell. Oh
Yep.
shit.
Yeah.
Alright, he's just gonna look up at him and he's gonna point angrily, and then that's gonna be his turn. Oh shit.
I'm putting you guys on a map here so we can track the movement more than anything. Since you are not flying away, is it Nudios just going at... Would you like to use your action to dash, or do you want to stay at regular pace? Since you have that action to burn.
No, Nudius will still want to hand off his horse, so it's not anything to break away from the group.
Okay, so Tamerlane.
So there's two pursuers.
Right now, I only see one.
Only see one. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, just the one riding a pronghorn up on the right ridge. About 50 feet up.
Okay. Yeah. Tamerlane pulls, reaches his hip and pulls an arrow out as he unsheathes his long bow. And as he pulls back, he whispers something, and the spiral of small words that are carved onto the shaft of the arrow light up in a pale blue energy as he shoots a rhymed shot
Okay.
at the pronghorn.
Okay.
Is it on the map?
No, you just roll in the box.
Oh, okay. Cool.
The map is more so for tracking distance on getting to our destination than anything.
Gotcha. Okay, this is just a normal longbow. Sorry.
$24 will hit.
Okay. Roll damage. Not too bad. The arrow flies free and catches the animal in its shoulder. The blue energy that was held within the arrow releases into the ground, pulling water out of the air to form a slick of ice. And the hooves can't make purchase, and it falls prone.
Is there a save, or is it just automatically falls prone?
If I hit it with the rhymed fletch, it automatically falls prone.
Right,
any other
awesome.
creatures, or this creature on a future turn, will make dex saves. Just the initial creature that's hit with the arrow automatically falls prone.
All right, sounds good. Watch as this pronghorn that was moving at breakneck speed suddenly moves into a breakneck death roll as it starts to roll forward. with the cackling individual quickly moving from this cackling confidence to oh shit. So it rolls across out of sight back off the side of the ridge. And you keep moving. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it. Just head down, hooves pounding the rocky ground.
All right. Caradwin. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So deck save. All right. 19. Okay. Okay. Let's see, half value. Drag that onto our cackler. Did you hear another oh shit from up on top of the ledge? Out of your sight, you can't see what's going on, but you see just a few of the spikes of earth coming up, and just for a brief glimpse, see the multicolored cloak that she had on like flail in the air for a second as she yells out oh shit. You also hear another grunt up above as I have another deck save to make.
Ooh.
You're gonna catch 2 unknowingly, so good for you. 17.
That also succeeds, but still half damage.
Okay.
But that also makes that 20-foot square is difficult terrain, so. And then going to use my broom's movement, so.
And because of the lovely math and geometry of D&D, you can choose to go up that same distance if you so choose.
I imagine she's already kind of like a little bit like probably at everyone's head's height basically. So she's just going to keep going forward.
Stay at that.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the cover. Okay. That'll bring us to Atlan.
Atlan doesn't see. Does Atlan have a horse?
Yes, Atlan. Remember, or I guess that was during session 2. Atlan rides on the head of his horse.
Okay. Atlan doesn't. Atlan's like, oh, okay, cool. You guys took care of him. I think they're just gonna dash.
Okay. Zoomies. Straight through Tamerlane. All right, that'll bring us to our cackling fellow, ma'am. Okay, well, she managed to avoid going prone from falling down thanks to a nice acrobatics check. But she's now demounted, so
If she tries to move, she also needs to make another deck save or fall prone again from the ice slick that's still there.
yeah, I think that should be. I think she's gonna have to move somewhere, so we're gonna have to deal with that. 21.
That'll pass.
She's rolling really, really well, which I'm not sure what's going
Apparently.
on because that's not my usual rolls. Um, okay. For a moment, as all of you are continuing to move forward, you see her do some pretty deft acrobatic movement. She's still trailing behind due to the unfortunate, difficult terrain she's having to work through, but she catches up with about the wagon in between Nudios and the wagon there, and see her peeking out over the top as she goes, flails her arms a little bit, and unleashes something down. And I need Curdwin, Tamerlane, Nudios.
Counterspell.
Okay. Now, we can't let that stand, so we'll counter the counter.
Have another person with counterspell.
Yep. Okay. Go back to what I was saying here. 20 foot. So I need, Caradwin, Nudios, Tamerlane, and Tolliver to make a intel save.
Oh, goody! I'm great at those.
Nice.
And I will remind Tamerlane, Nudios, and Caradwin all have inspo this session, so. Not saying you need to use it with your 3. Just throwing it out there. Reminder.
Is this going to be something other than a damage spell?
Cardwin and Nudios, you succeed. Going forward? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Tamerlane. Take 32 points of psychic damage as you, looking out in front of you, just this ball of fire explodes in front of you. You see it for a moment, and then you realize it's not really there, as it is psychic damage coming through. Believing you've just been hit by this explosion, Nudios and Curdwin take half damage, so be 16 on each of you. Unless you have something that reduces psychic. Tamerlane is also blinded until the end of his next turn.
Oh, goody.
And that inspiration was probably the way to go.
I have a +1 on the intel save. I have no idea if I was going to succeed even with the inspiration. It felt like it might be a waste.
it was a pretty high DC. You guys, those other two were amazing rolls, so those were going to meet it. But I need to do good old Mr. Tolliver with his +0. Man, that guy is coming to play today. He rolled a 19 with his +0.
Yeah, you're getting all of the good rolls this time.
This is the night, apparently. All right, so he's going to take the half, which was the 16. That's a lot for poor Tolliver. All right, that'll be it for hers. I'm going to go ahead and put her visible on the map since she is peeking up above the ridgeline now. Marquis.
Cool. I will ride up to next to the cart. At which point I'll just be like, you should probably just give me your son in the box, and we'll take him to the repository. Because I've got a feeling that's who they're here for.
Give me a persuasion. Ooh,
28.
that's a nice persuasion. I don't think they can even. Damn, the wife tried, but there was no way of catching the +9. So, let's see, Tolliver, are you gonna roll a nat 20? I don't think so. No, he still rolled really good, but they hesitate for a moment. Mostly, it's Mira, the wife, before. It'll be all right. She grabs, yanks the chest up as best she can, and picks up Tommen and just proceeds to hand them off to you.
Yeah,
I will say, one of those you could do as your free object interaction. The other one is going to be your action to successfully take the kid.
That's fine.
But you'd still have your bonus action.
Which I will use to dash with cunning action.
All right.
Nice.
What speed?
And you'd have a 40 feet movement speed with your horse.
So I have 5 more feet left on my movement, so I can get to
And
here.
then, yep. Taking the lead. With a kid in tow, no car seat, so you may be pulled over a little bit later. But
as I ride past Curdwin, I'm just like, standing on a ridge, cackling in a thunderstorm. Now that's ominous.
I couldn't help but agree with you.
I'm not letting my turn.
how big was the ice slick, Tamerlane?
It was a 20-foot radius.
Okay.
There's just 20 feet of like ice-covered rock up there.
Yes. Rocky spikes covered in ice.
We said, screw you, you're not going anywhere.
Next time we do that, we have to do it intentionally.
What are you talking about? It was intentionally.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. They're just so in sync. Just already besties.
Absolutely.
Focusing your attention on Marquis as he goes dashing past with a kid in one arm and a chest kind of straddled in front on his horse. His majestic horse, we should note, that is an amazing horse that he paid extra money for.
I did.
Just out of the corner of your eye, you see a different figure on the ridgeline. Just as they cast down a thread, it just looks like a purple thread spinning in space as it comes spiraling in. Does a 29 hit?
Who, me?
No, Curdwin.
Yes, a 29. A 29 definitely hits my AC of 15.
All right, it is a nat 20 crit with a 29.
Okay.
Whoa.
Wait, who is shooting this?
Wait,
A new
wait.
person?
Does Atlan Atlan not Atlan, why didn't you take silvery barbs?
Because we don't have access to it. Because it's in. We don't have Strixhaven. Because I also wanted to take silvery barbs.
Mean folks. Taking those cheeky spells. I don't know. The Blackstaff stuff is probably about as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait,
Is it
DM,
standing?
this is a new person that's shooting, not the like first person from the ridge, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a different figure has peeked up on the side of the ridge.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't
get
think I
hit.
got
You get hit
got
with
anything about it.
a
Yeah.
crit.
Okay. All right, it's 31 points of force damage.
Thanks.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
We're gonna do. Okay. You won that roll. We'll put it that way.
Yay!
Hey.
As a figure moves in from on the left ridge, before putting both hands out in a very forward motion, not a diamond burning hands. We're not starting the magic shop on fire again, Nidios. But just a forceful push forward. I need Kurdwin, you're flying, so I just need Tamerlane and Nudios. Technically, your mounts in this case.
Well, so me.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Tamerlane and then Nudios' mount. I need a strength save. I had the Warhorse pulled up a second ago.
Yeah, I can throw a d20 if you just want to add the modifier.
Be +4.
Okay.
They're pretty strong.
Wow. So 15.
All right, neither one of those high enough. As the ground erupts into vines, roots, flowers, brambles just start to grow up out of the ground, and each of you are restrained for 1 minute. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. And that area, which is a 20-foot cube. Let me try and do a draw here. Maybe. Oh, come on. Well, I'm doing a really good drawing here, folks. We drew New Mexico. All right, that is difficult terrain. And that'll do it for him. Put us down to back to the top, I guess. sorry. I did not make that guy visible. Let me do that. Nudios, you are restrained. What would you like to do?
Well, damn. Well, I guess this horse is cursed for me. I'm going
Yes,
to...
yes. Technically, your horse is restrained.
I'm not restrained?
You are not technically restrained because you
Okay.
were not on the ground.
Does this bridge line and the elevation is still 50 feet between where we are and the ridge line, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Well, then fuck it. Nidios is going to drop the Marshal's Mark, or the Marshal's Pursuit, rather. Jump off his horse, and then he's going to then polymorph into an eagle. And come up onto the right side.
Okay.
Yeah. He's gonna stay an eagle until the end of his turn. He's just gonna glide by.
Okay. Still flying along then?
Yeah, just flying along. Oh yeah, that would probably be better.
So like that, and then that was 20 feet.
Yeah, he'll just stay in line with these two that are kind of like where you put him is fine. He's just trying to maintain like around where they are going to be because he's going to
Okay.
go for them.
There are war crimes to be had. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, that'll be it for him. Thank you.
All right. Tolliver is unfortunately heading straight into the difficult terrain.
Wall blind.
No, he succeeded on the blinded part.
Oh,
He took the
well,
half
look at
damage because he rolled a 19 on that. But that's as far as he gets because he's now slowed down because of the difficult terrain. And that's all he does. So Tamerlane, yeah. At the end of, yeah, we won't worry about it for sake of brevity. Tamerlane, on your turn, yes, you are blinded until the end of your turn, and then it's an automatic success, and then you are restrained, but can roll against that at the end of your turn. What would you like to do, Tamerlane?
I know where generally this thing is coming from, right? Like where these people were. I caught sight
Yeah,
of them.
you can see these three individuals, the one on the left and the two on the right.
Okay. Dang. Dios, why'd you gotta go up and get in them? Now you're in range of all of the area of effect spells that we could cast.
Well, I'm flying next to the ridge line, so I mean, if you throw something onto the ridge line.
I was looking at the AoEs that both me and Atlan had, and both of them would catch you too.
There's two other targets he's not necessarily wouldn't have to be in the range. But you'd be doing an AoE on one person then.
Exactly.
Well, potentially. You could luck out and be Kerdwin and hit 2 people when aiming for one.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I don't really know what to do. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I should technically have advantage against that spell to restrain me. I've land stride as a ranger's thing. I can move through difficult terrain without any extra movement. Move through things with plants with like thorns or other hazards without taking damage. And you have advantage on saving throws against plants that are magically created or manipulated to impede movement, such as those of the Entangle spell.
Okay.
It might change what I do.
I'd give you your movement speed back, so.
Exactly.
Yep, 19 will hit. That
Okay.
succeeds.
It definitely changes what I'm.
So yeah, you are no longer restrained. You're still blinded.
Yes, and I'm still blinded. Yeah, I'm sorry. um. Okay, I'm just gonna dash because there's nothing else I can do because I can't see anything.
Zoomies.
Yes.
Caradwin. Looking a little worse for wear. Yeah. That'd be the one next to Nudios.
Nice.
Eight. Necrotic. Okay. Yep. Alrighty. Nat 20.
Whoa.
Bonus action. Bonus action to drink it yourself. It's an action to feed it to somebody else. Drinking and driving?
She's not a good role model for the children. And I realized for the second time I was accidentally muted for my entire turn to stream, so I'm sorry, people. But gonna roll. What is it? 2d4 plus 2. So 4, 5, 6. I get 6 hit points back. It's better than
All right.
nothing.
Okay.
But that's my turn.
Atlin.
Atlin. Is balance right here. Lynn is going to point at the one on the left ridge. And just say, I think you need a little bit more music in your life. And it's going to cast Bone Fiddle.
Okay.
As a spectral bow appears and starts trying to play this man's bones. He needs to make a Constitution save.
All right. You said the one on the top half of the map?
Up on the top, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Con save? All right.
Yes.
19?
Okay. They'll take half damage.
Okay.
But it's just gonna keep trying to. You're just gonna keep trying to play him. Keep harassing him.
All right.
And then have them move 40 feet. Oh, and we'll grant Bardic Inspiration to Caradwin.
Many thanks.
What was the DC on the rhyme?
On the rhyme?
Yeah.
It's my spell DC. So I think that is a 17. Wait. What's the Yes, 17.
Okay. All right, she is going to reboard her mount. Rolled a 20 on the dex save to avoid the
Dang.
rhyme. And
What?
use her action to
you
do
rolled-
that and take off. So
Have you rolled anything below a 15 all session?
yeah, a lot on wisdom saves for the family.
Oh, good.
Marquis, you're up.
Cool. 40 feet of horse movement. 40 feet of dash movement. 40 feet of cunning action movement.
Getting out of there.
And that's my turn.
I like your strategy.
It's be fast and leave. Can we say my raven's caught up with me as well? Just
Yeah.
near me but invisible. Thank you.
Right in the shoulder,
Yeah, invisible.
pecking at the
invisible.
small child.
Yeah, doesn't like the fact that he's been supplanted by a child.
I'm the child.
box.
Can't join.
Invisible packing.
Okay. All right. She's just going to take off. I guess your eagle has a attack of opportunity on a grata. Nudios,
Um,
if you wish to use your reaction.
yes, I will take it. I will. Actually, no, I will not. I will keep my reaction just in case.
Okay. And as she heads down, she is going to actually. She'll go with the dash. Okay. Need a dex save from your eagle form over there, Nudios.
Oh shit. Okay. See what's an eagle's dexterity? An eagle has 15 dex, so +2.
Yep.
All right, a 20. So 22.
Okay, that'll succeed. As your eagle is flying, kind of drafting in behind the cackler on her pronghorn, as a vine springs up from underneath and attempts to grasp, but you do a nice twirl in the air to avoid. And all right, that'll be that guy's turn. Which will put us back to top of the order. I don't know why it doesn't do the little flag to the top of the order each time, but Nidios, we're back to you.
Just a point of clarity: was this Adorette in front of me? Were they the first person that we saw? That was like
Yes.
Okay.
This is the cackler.
Nudios will fly in front of them and then drop the eagle form. He is then going to point at them and recast Martial Pursuit.
Okay.
and then he is going to wail on them with 2 attacks.
Okay.
So I'll just roll it in the box.
22 will hit.
Excellent. They take this, and then they also take an extra a D12 if the creature is the target of the spell. Okay.
Nice.
Big 10. Right. Second attack. So a 16?
16 does hit.
Oh, wow. Nice. Okay. That and a D12. Another 19.
19. All right. Starting to look a little dinged up.
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay. I'll bring us to Tolliver. Getting out of the muckety muck. I'll make those horses dash. Catching up with Caradwin. Tamerlane.
Can see. Um. Tamerlane. Is going to knock another set of arrows. Another one that's carved with words along the shaft. This one, as he pulls back, gives off a faint red glow like blood. He's gonna fire it at this woman who decided to be a problem.
Who's out for a stroll? Till somebody erupting earthed her. That'll hit.
Okay. And then she's also going to get the burrowing arrow.
All right.
Burrowing Fletch, I mean. Dang, that's a really crappy roll for 3d6.
It could be worse. There were no ones.
And then he'll also just fire a mundane normal arrow.
Okay.
At her. Because he can do 2. That one might not hit. Yeah. Then
Try and catch up with that speedy kitty.
I know.
Done? Or you got anything else, Conrad?
He, as he focuses in, he's actually going to cast action trance on himself as a bonus action. Which gives him a +2 to AC. Can dash or disengage as a bonus action, and I can add a D4 to an attack roll or saving throw. Now I'm done.
Alrighty. Caradwin.
Alright. Caradwin is going to dash, try to get out of being surrounded right now. So it'll be, but as she's passing Tamerlane, going to use 3 of my Balm of the Summer Court dice on you.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey.
Worst 3d6 roll.
You complained about those 2s,
Yeah.
Conrad, and what we
But-
do? We curse the party.
You did. The dice are not on our side today.
Truly evidence that this miniseries is cursed. But you heal 4, and you also get 3 temp HP.
Nice.
So
Nice.
helps out a little bit. And that was what, 55? So I still have another 45.
45?
To move. It'll be right here. It was kind of futzing, but yeah, gonna move all the way up there. Using that uses my movement action, bonus action, and that's my turn.
Okay. Atlan.
Oh. Yeah. So let's start with the bone fiddle on that man. You make another Constitution save. Lasts for a minute, so it's just gonna keep happening to him.
It's a really weirdly worded one.
Yeah.
Okay. Con save on same person over here. Let's get there.
Yeah.
They continue to roll incredibly well. 28.
Yeah, I'll do it. Just take half damage. Oh, Atlan would love to catch up with Cured Wind to cast some Cure Wounds, but you're so far away now. Yeah, I think Atlan might just dash to try to catch up with folks.
I'm not sure I agree with that. The bone fiddle. As to being able to force a con save every turn. Because they make the con save every turn it's on them. They can attempt to get it off of them, so presumably it would be that they defeated it and it would be off, but we'll leave the damage. Because otherwise it's a free action being able to deal half damage every single round.
I mean,
regardless of save, because he can't stop it.
Well, I mean, it's like heat metal.
Yeah, but that's the object that's being heated. So there would be an opportunity for them to get rid of the object. This is they're being cursed by it despite the fact they succeeded on the save, and they continually be cursed by it every turn as a free action.
I mean, like if they're wearing metal armor, they don't have any way to get rid of it because it takes longer than a minute to take that off.
Yeah,
yes,
I would say this is a very distinctly different situation. Playing somebody's bones is a fiddle, so.
So much more horrible than cooking them alive.
Well, just it's a very different situation. Of the metal is still heated. How is he still being fiddled for free every round?
Sure. Ooh, I don't know if I like.
I didn't like that turn of phrase.
I like that phrasing.
Didn't like that phrase.
Yeah, but if we want to rule that it's done, we can do that. You're the DM, obviously. You're going to make the decision.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense to me as to they're succeeding on a save every turn and still taking half damage in perpetuity for a minute. When the wording of the spell actively says that they get the opportunity to make the save to break it every turn, and we're actively forcing them to remake it like it's being recast.
Oh, I didn't. Maybe
with it having that wording where they roll at the end of their turn to try and break the thing, then that would suggest that that's the thing that's affecting them.
I just wanted to read the. Just let me read the. Oh, here it is.
But we'll leave the damage for this round and count it as we've completed the round. Then, if you're good with Atlan.
Oh yes, sorry.
Okay. And Dustin, if you need to go, if you can do something to like leave yourself on, because we don't have a overlay to cover. There'll only be 4 of us here.
I can do that. I'm sorry. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Rest.
Rest.
See you, Dustin.
Yes, sorry, I didn't see the part that said to make a Constitution save to end the spell. That's my bad.
Okay. No, you're fine. You're playing somebody else's character. You're 100% okay. In the clear on that. This person is... does one of you want to take over New Dios? Takers?
I already have an extra
Ollie?
character.
Yeah, I can do it, I guess. What I have to do in order to do that, but yes.
Click on the characters button, I believe, over there under the players tab.
Yeah.
And that should be showing as it's a cleared character that you can double click to claim. I think that's how it works. I've never actually done it, so I'm assuming.
Okay, where am I? Sorry, someone's gonna have to.
So there's a characters button over on the right.
Yeah.
Click on that, and then New Dios should be showing up as an unclaimed character right now.
Character button on the right. Character button on the right's got backgrounds, classes, feats, skills, species, and
No,
spells.
that's the tab. Under the players tab.
player tab,
character button.
Player tab.
So you should have a tools tab, a library tab, and then a players tab going down from the top.
Player. Got you. Yes. Cool. I'm with it now.
Then click characters. There you go. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So the cackler is going to attempt to flee from the sword-wielding snake folk. Do you wish to make an attack of opportunity for Nudios?
He's no longer in
Eagle form, no.
snake. He's no longer in
No,
eagle form.
no, he dropped eagle form.
Then no, he'll save for something better.
Okay.
On the off chance.
Okay. That's what they're going to do, and Marquis, you're up.
Cool.
If you double dash again, you may get to the. I'm cutting the map shorter. That house is the city wall.
120 feet.
That'll
40
get you
action.
to the city wall.
Yep. That's the end of my turn.
All right. Okay. Karata is going to send a spell towards Atlan. $22 to hit Atlan. I
that'll
assume
hit.
being above 20 is going to hit.
Yep.
Okay. And that is a 13 points of damage. That I think it should have already put it on there.
It did, yeah.
Okay. That'll bring us to the person on the left. Okay. No, that doesn't work. Okay. You know what? He's just gonna dash. Which put us back at the top of the order with Nudios.
Cool.
Falling behind.
Yeah. Have to move the full 30 to here. Try and catch up.
Technically, he has 15 extra feet of movement from the spell.
He does.
Yeah,
right now.
he does. So, an extra 15 up to 45. Let's see. Is it just is 5 foot a square, right?
Yep. Yep.
Cool. Action. Upcast level 4 lightning bolts at the 2 on the ridge.
Nice.
Nice.
So that's going to be a dexterity saving throw of. Where's his spell save? That'll be 4/4/18, I guess. Is his spell save? I know where it's listed on here.
It's listed under the
If it's-
spells individually.
Ah.
And what's their they
It's
have a
plus
20
four-
It should
yeah,
be
and-
16.
Yeah, it's +4 proficiency, +4 for
It should be 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16.
What is
It's got a +4 and a +4. And
Yeah.
then they add 8. Okay, so
I don't-
dex
I don't-
save,
does-
DC
do you have
18.
DC 16 it would be then. If it's you start on 8
Or
and
sorry,
then you have
DC
+4
16,
and then
yes.
+4. Does he have any items that change that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, yeah, so DC 16 dex saves for both of them.
Just hits the 16 on the first one.
Yeah.
And then the other one got the better chance of succeeding. 21.
Cool. So it'll be
They're half on that, I think.
Yeah.
just gonna-
You just roll the damage in the box, and I can drag the
Yeah.
damage onto him.
Oh, I need to upcast it. It says 1.
Oh
or 2.
yeah.
So-
Which I think when you go to drag it on,
Yeah.
just right click for how many times you upcast it, and it'll add a dice for each one. If
Gotcha,
it's only a
okay.
1 dice increase, however many dice you need to increase it, right click
Yeah,
each time.
Just 1. So this much damage. Wow.
Ooh, that was some good 6s there.
Gosh, that was high.
It's not wanting to be nice to me here, so we'll do this a different way. All right, the cackler is looking about as beat up as Curdwin does now.
Cool. For a bonus action, he hasn't put it on yet. I'm just going to activate the Blade Song. So I don't think
Okay.
he started Blade Song yet.
I don't believe he did.
Yeah, so I'll activate Blade Song, and that increases my walking speed by 10 feet. So if I could, I'll do another 10 feet of movement.
There you go.
Drag the thing onto him some.
All
Does it
right.
not have a thing to drag on? It does not have a thing to drag. It's got to be in like. Yes, there it is. There we go.
All right. Kren will keep trucking with the wagon. Tamerlane.
These folks just aren't giving up, are they?
The Pentacle Court does not relent.
Is going to run up and closes his eyes and mutters a few words, and kind of the smell of the sea and a storm brewing starts swirling around him, And he casts Storm Cone. Now that there's just these two guys here by themselves.
Hi, AJ.
Um, so they both need to make dex saves.
Okay. One's good at them, one is not. But they continue to roll insanely good. So it's a 20 from the one that's not good at them.
He just like roll lower than a 15 for once, please.
Rolled an 8. Does that help? I mean, it's +7 to get it to a 15, but I think that's probably still.
That still
gonna be
fails.
fail. You're still alive, by
okay.
the way, AJ. Just so you know.
So they both take. So the Storm Cone does both bludgeoning and lightning damage. The lightning damage is not halved. It always takes full damage, and then the bludgeoning damage is from the. It'll put this in the box. You can half it for the one of them.
Okay. Okay.
And then they have, in order to cast a spell while in the Storm Cone, they have to first make a concentration, like a concentration check.
Okay. And is the Storm Cone on a certain location, or where's the?
It's like, it's a 60-foot cone emanating from me.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like turned and pointing it at them right now. And I can bonus action move a little bit further. I think I can probably move about there and still catch them and not Caradwin in this magic cone. Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. Speaking of Caradwin.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to essentially do a little bit of what I did earlier and erupting earth on these individuals up here, making the next essentially 20 feet starting from Ataret onward, difficult terrain.
Alright.
They have to make a dexterity saving throw, and I'm going to upcast it at level 5.
Ooh!
Just to, even if they have to take
Yeah.
half damage, it'll still try to catch as much of that damage as I can.
Alright, so I need a dex save.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll start with Ataret. Oh, man. It was on a 1 that rolled back to a 19 for a 21.
That passes.
It tried.
Yeah. That's why I went ahead and upcasted it, so it's just like it'll still take a ton of damage, hopefully.
My lord, these guys are rolling good. It's a 25 on the second one.
Yeah, they both pass, but they're still
Go ahead
gonna
and throw the damage in there and I'll half it.
They're still going to take half of 5d12.
It's a lot of damage, potentially.
Yeah. Could have, it could have been
A little
worse.
bit below average, but not bad.
Yeah. And now the next 20 feet is difficult terrain, so.
Yep. That's honestly probably the biggest deal is slowing them down.
And then, yeah, gonna
Good
use...
move. Good move.
Yeah. And then gonna use my 50 feet of movement, to partially avoid Tamerlane's whatever they're doing. And get up here. And bonus action, I'm gonna pour the last of my Balm of the Summer Court into myself. To get a little bit of extra healing. So let me do 3. Okay, 8. Not that bad.
It was better than the last roll.
Yeah, and I still get the 3 temp HP. So
there you go.
40, 90, 36, 35, 34. Alright, and that'll be my turn.
Alright, I don't know, AJ, if you're still out there. If you are, it's your turn. I'm sure you have your character sheet memorized for this character you've been playing for 2 weeks. Maybe not? No.
Atlan's going to cast Entangle.
Okay.
20. Also, like doing a 20-foot square on the guy up above.
The other guy? Okay.
Yeah. Catching him in like the edge of it, and then
putting it as far forward on him.
Exactly. To move through the
Alrighty.
difficult terrain. I need to make a strength save.
Strength save. My lord. 18?
Yeah. These bandits or whatever
Guys.
are rolling the higher than any monster we've ever fought before.
They are much more than bandits. But they are rolling insanely good. I'm using up all my luck, so book 4 will be a breeze for you folks. I'll burn it all tonight. Alright, so then he's got difficult terrain for 20 feet. Or the next 15 feet.
Yep.
Okay, anything else from Atlan? AJ did say, no, I'm good, so... He's giving you control. Tamerlane, take the wheel. What crazy time is it for AJ right now?
Oh.
Like 1 in the afternoon or something?
Oh. So like normal time.
Atlan's going to give Tamerlane Bardic Inspiration, and I'm not going to use that at all. But then, yeah, then it's the end of his turn.
Okay. I'm going to cycle back to Marquis for a second, just because at the end of your movement, you would have been reaching the wall if you wanted to do any free action.
Get in the city. Just get inside. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay. Just whether you wanted to call out to the guards up on the wall or anything to open the doors.
Oh, I mean, yeah. But okay. Ideally screaming, open the bloody doors, open the bloody doors!
Close.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work there. It was kind of hard to fit hell into there, but...
It was.
They might get confused. What are the hell doors? Do we have hell doors? Did we install those?
Why did you install hell doors? Why are they so bloody?
Okay.
Outside, there's a lovely sunrise out my window.
Oh, congratulations.
Nice. All right. Marquis. The doors slowly start to creak open, allowing you an opening to pass through them.
Yep. Through, in. What?
All right, Marquis through.
As far as I can possibly go.
He's out the other side of the town.
I have left. I have kidnapped this child. Me and him are going on adventures now. That's what's happening.
With your brand
You-
new silver hand.
Yeah. I'm the villain in book 4. Enjoy.
I'm sorry to say, but we all saw that coming already.
I'd love to be the villain. That'd be so much fun.
All right, Agrada's gonna go her full initial movement after the difficult terrain, and then sling a spell towards you, Curdwin.
Okay.
My lord, she's hit a second crit on you. These guys are nuts tonight.
Wait. You can say no to this, but can I use my inspiration to make her reroll?
We have historically not allowed inspiration to change somebody, a non-player's role,
Okay.
force a reroll type situation.
You force
Technically-
disadvantage on the roll.
What'd you say, Ollie?
Could you force disadvantage on a roll?
If you did it on the front end,
Ah.
because you can choose to take advantage, or I think we could probably do that as force disadvantage on the front, but you got to call it ahead of time.
AJ redeemed a reroll.
Hey.
Thank you,
From the
my
wings.
buddy. Thank you, my friend.
Also, because she never removed the burrowing fletch, she takes an extra 1d6 damage.
All right. Okay, I'll re-roll that attack roll.
It's
Hey,
another
look at that.
20.
It's half as many. It was a 10 plus 9 for a 19.
It's not a crit.
It's not a crit. We got rid of the crit. Way to go, AJ.
AJ playing long distance healer.
Yeah. All right, it's 8 force damage. I already dragged it on, so.
Okay.
And that'll do it for her turn. Okay, he's got 15 feet of. And. Nope. He's gonna nope.
You know what?
He saw the
Smart man.
Hellgates.
Yeah, there it is.
It's just like
It's the hell doors.
no.
The bloody
All
hell
right.
doors.
Ah, there you go. You said it.
Yeah,
You said it.
but not in a British
Alright.
accent, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the British accent.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. The bloody hell doors.
New Dios is up.
Yes.
A
So
long
Dios
ways
has a-
behind.
Nudius has an active speed of 55 a turn at the
That
moment.
is correct, he does.
So
Can make up
we'll
that distance
move-
real fast.
We'll move. Where does the difficult terrain start?
It's... I want to say it was those 20 feet?
Yeah, that was right about right.
Right. in that
Somewhere
case-
right around there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this then.
But because of the beauty of diagonals, he could diagonal around it. You don't have to go through it.
Oh, sweet. In that case, 55 to there. And then an action dash to here. And then a does he have anything to do with his bonus action? The spell that he's already cast. Excellent. Is it the person in front who is the target of the spell?
Yes, it's the one closer to the
Cool.
door.
In that case, Misty Step to right there. With the
Okay.
bonus action.
Look at that perfect distance.
And that will end his turn.
Tolliver's going to keep on trucking.
Good for him.
Sorry, I made him go a little bit too fast there. Tamerlane.
I'm sorry, Dios. You're gonna get caught in the storm. Already cast it.
Just run to the hell gates.
Doors. Hell doors.
I'm so sorry. Run to the hell doors.
So can Nudios and the two folks there make deck saves?
Yes.
$24 out of a grata. She's the one that's good at them.
So I'm rolling the dice, which means 8 for Nadios.
It's a failure.
It was a pleasure knowing you, Nadios.
And Adaret had an 18.
That succeeds. Dang.
Okay, so they both have half on the bludgeoning. You already did all the lightning, right?
All the lightning. Yeah.
Is that for each person, or is that a total amount of lightning?
That
for
was
person.
each one. He already did them, and
Okay.
And then
you already drug them onto people. So
yeah, but I left the bludgeoning aside because I didn't know.
I'll
who was
drag
gonna
them. I'll
succeed
take
and
care of the
fail.
bludgeoning. So I'll put the 16 on Nudios and then half it for the other two. Oof, Adaret is looking really bad. Anything else from Tamerlane?
Nope, that was his movement. And I guess he technically. Let me read what it says. There's an action on each of your.
To redirect it.
To redirect it. I think he would have needed to use his action to repoint it at them as he pulled up. So yeah, I'll say that's his action.
Okay.
It would be pretty busted if you could just leave that going while also shooting arrows.
I think you could if it was still pointing in the same direction, but because of the fact that you're moving, it'd be pointing behind him and would have been outside of them at this point. So
yeah, so that's my turn.
Okay. Curdwin.
Right. As she's passing by and seeing all that damage, I'm gonna yell to Nudios, "Hey, you're my first friend. Please don't die." As I cast Healing Word, I'll cast a 3rd level Healing Word on
Dang.
Nudios.
He needs it.
Yeah.
He truly does.
He took a beating from the bludgeoning damage off that cone.
That wasn't that bad. But am otherwise going to use my movement and my action to dash. So that'll be exactly 50 feet to the gate, and then 100 following everyone's favorite Catman.
That Catman's gone.
As you go speeding through on your broom through the gate.
Mm-hmm.
2.5 through.
And that will be my turn.
All right, brings us to Atlan. Open gate up ahead. Some bloodied people up on the ridge, including a party member.
Yeah. I was like, yes, but also, have you considered ending them? Doesn't have many attack spells, unfortunately.
Thanks for dropping in, AJ.
Yep.
Have fun.
Move the 40 feet.
Okay.
And then cast Jinx Shot at what's his face?
Adarat?
Adarat. What? That was a 16. Dang. I don't know why I didn't add the
You know
plus.
what? Take my
But I
inspiration.
assume. Okay. I was like, I assume a 10 doesn't hit anyway.
No, 10 misses.
I don't know why it's not adding the bonus to hit.
I think because you make the ranged weapon attack to trigger it. It's like a booming blade type deal or a green flame blade.
Oh, I see. That's even better.
So you need
honestly.
to drag the crossbow. It would be the crossbow one. It would be the +7.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so drag the crossbow damage on.
Yeah.
And then also take an additional 3d4. No. No, just
2d4.
1d4. 2d4, yes.
Oh no, it'd just be 1. I guess that's 11th level.
Yeah.
That's because it doesn't deal any extra damage until you get to 5th level.
Yeah, until.
Okay, so be a d4, so an extra 2 damage.
Enough
on Adarat. No, she's still standing.
Dang. It does have disadvantage on next
Attack roll. Yep.
Attack roll. Yeah.
Anything
No,
else from
I
Atlan?
think no. No other bonus actions.
Speaking of Adaret. Um, all right, she's gonna just look over at Atlan after that last crossbow shot. What the hell? Ah, fuck you all. Hey, no fun anyway. As she casts Vicious Mockery. Give me a wisdom save. Alright. That fails. It is just a cantrip, so.
Yeah.
Whew. They don't roll good on the damage roll, apparently, so. That is a whole whopping 6 psychic damage to Atlan.
Oh. Oh no.
And she's going to let me check something here quick. Okay. It's her action. She's going to attempt to take off. Does Nudios want attack of opportunity?
Yep. Yeah, let's do the attack.
Okay, so
She's that one,
she's
right?
going to
Yeah.
use her reaction to
Okay.
put disadvantage, or to make you make a save, charisma save.
Okie dokie.
If you succeed, it has no effect. If you fail, then it
18.
is. Oh, DC 18. That succeeds. So, all right.
Dang.
27 will hit.
Cool. Takes this much. Plus, because she's the target of the spell,
The D12.
this much.
Yep.
10 more damage.
4. Okay, so I did the 6. Need to put the extra 4 on here. Okay.
Cool.
She is still standing and she's taking off.
The moment does she go out of view, or is she still visible?
She wouldn't go out of. Well, yeah, she would eventually be out over the rise and
So
out of view.
if she's out of view, I drop the spell
Oh, okay.
because I need to be able to see them to get the
Bonuses and all that
the
level
bonus,
stuff.
yeah, the bonus speed. So if I can't see her, then no point holding it.
Yeah,
Dang.
with her
I thought
60 feet of movement, she'd get over the edge.
dang, they made it seem like she was in worse shape than she was, I think.
She's at 3 hit points.
After we hit her like 4 more times.
Marquis,
Cool.
you're in, so
Yeah,
we're good there.
I just set my movement to as far as possible.
Grata. Let me check. Grata will send one spell into New Dios.
Cool.
She needs to make a concentration check first.
Okay.
Would the other one have needed to make a concentration check to cast Vicious Mockery?
Oh, that's true.
Oh well.
Should have, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're past that now.
Yeah. It's just
Okay.
just roll another 19,
Oh,
Silver.
no.
Pass your check.
Nat 1.
Yeah, the winds buffer her, and she can't actually get the her somatic components to work to actually cast the spell.
All right. Then she'll take off up over the rise, leaving no enemies in sight. As you all will duck out of combat here and all able to make it into the town. Everybody survives. Some a little bit more worse for wear than others. Inside the walls, the chaos of the storm fades away. Its howl, muffled by the towering stone embrace of the walls, as you find yourself quickly surrounded by various guards, similar to the ones that Marquis had spotted at the top of the wall and called to open the gates. They wear a cream yellow cloak and tunic underneath. The cloak held together with a silver clasp, and they all wear these mirrored masks that cover up their entire face. There's no eye holes, no mouth holes. As they all just approach, nobody says anything until you hear a voice from back in the crowd as a small figure pushes forward with ease, parting the guards and civilians alike. Nothing but a nod. Clad in a finely tailored charcoal suit, a sapphire cravat tucked neatly beneath his high-collared coat. A halfling stops just before the party, his aqua eyes glittering like rain on glass. They're with me. By order of the Chief of the Deep. As the guards recede, putting up no protest, the halfling offers a thin smile to all of you, including Tolliver and his family, as Mira quickly takes back Tommen.
Yeah,
first chance he gets.
I just pass the child back. The bird pecks him again.
You unadopt him?
Yes, immediately.
My name is Hadley, and I represent the Far Cloud Repository in Baral. If you all follow me, I believe we have much to discuss, preferably somewhere dry and less dangerous as it sounds. And with that, he steps back and gestures for you guys to move further into the town, moving along the eastern wall and heading deeper within. Everybody follow?
Oh yeah.
Hadley leads you through the town on his as he quickly gets back on his young white pony. Leads you further in to a stone building near the eastern wall of the city. A sign hanging from the front that reads "The Jewel of Silverdeep." the inn gleaming like a polished gem in the otherwise weather-worn heart of the city's eastern quarter. Sturdy single-story stone inn with gently sloped clay-tiled roof and shuttered windows, offering a welcome contrast to the stormy conditions that chased you down the canyon. We can conduct our business here, he says as he dismounts and hands the reins to a young man dressed in nice attire, just outside the inn, before placing a bright platinum coin in the man's hand and motioning for everybody to follow as he leads you into the Jewel of Silverdeep, past a modest wooden door that opens into a gracious great room, alive with the hum of conversation and clinking porcelain and the soft lilt of minstrels by the bar. It's pretty crowded in here. Roughly 20 or so people sitting around at different tables, engaged in different conversations. The place is pretty nice by most inn standards, at least comfortable. Pale lavender painted walls, idyllic paintings hanging on the wall, sunlit meadows, breezy seascapes, quiet green valleys, all nicely framed. Candlelight chandeliers high above in 12-foot ceilings, so not a problem for Tamerlane inside here. And at the center of the room is a large brick hearth that glows warmly, casting a nice glow and a warm sense of welcomeness to this place. As you catch the smell of roasted meats, herbs, spiced confections, looking around the room at all these different individuals. A few of them give you glances. Word of the altercation outside is quickly moving into the inn, and as one person walks in, they'll go and like pointing over in your direction. Your attention kind of shifts to platters of food on the different tables, duck and fish, other poultry, greens, biscuits, sugared figs, honey cakes. A few of the individuals are dancing over by the bar, staff working its best to try and keep up with the crowd. And you are led over to a table by Hadley, who finds about as quiet of a table as he can find, far away from the music and the more animated members of the crowd. My associates will take the chest and load it onto my ship, and we'll set sail right away. But before I depart, must uphold my part of the bargain. Looks to Tolliver, your assistance in securing this dangerous artifact is much appreciated, and the repository wishes to show its appreciation. As agreed, Mr. Kren, inside this packet you will find papers granting you safe passage to the north, aboard the ship Emily's Shadow. Captain Ragna is a friend and will take good care of you and your family. Set to depart at your convenience. Tolliver just looks over to Hadley and many thanks to you, Mr. Hadley, sir. I don't suppose you have anything else in your pouch to take care of my escorts here. They've saved us all back in Moonstream, and I sort of promised them payment when we arrived. Of course you did, Hadley says with a faintest sign of annoyance. We can certainly compensate your friends here for their assistance. Would 100 platinum each be agreeable to you all?
Very.
Seems reasonable.
Splendid. Middle-aged female human waitress approaches the table and swipes her arm across her forehead, wiping the sweat of the night's work away, or the afternoon's work away, as she collects herself. Welcome to the Jewel. What can I get you, weary travelers? Hadley quickly interrupts. Open up a tab in my name, young lady. Bring the table whatever the cook has made up special for the evening, and a flight of drinks for my friends. Also, please secure the guest rooms for my friends as well. If someone's already booked the room, I would be happy to pay double to both the house and the poor party forced to find other accommodations. The waitress is like, certainly. And she quickly hurries away to go grab the food, drinks, and set up the rooms. I hope this was not too terribly much trouble for anybody, but I hope you feel fairly compensated for the trouble that it has caused you.
Yes, I kind of notices one thing that you haven't mentioned, and I'll turn to Tolerant and be like, with Tommen, don't they have to? You can't just leave.
Oh, yes, you did note that fact. Just a moment. I will step out, grab one of my associates quick. I should be able to take care of that. And Hadley quickly hops off his chair, heads out the door, comes back less than a minute later. All right, Reginald here will happily take over that issue. And individual looks fairly unassuming. Goes and places his hands on the chest, quickly just like touches to Tommen. See him shudder for a moment. That should do it. Terrific. That would be great. You should be fine. We'll test it. You'll head down to the docks to go load the chest. If anything happens, we'll quickly go catch up with them. Should not cause any problems, though. Reginald's very good at what he does. Any other matters we need to attend to?
No, that seems to be everything. Honestly, I'll turn to Tolliver then and just be like, was there anything else, or does this seem to have completed everything that you want to do?
As long as Tommen's fine, this is what we agreed on.
Marvelous.
I don't suppose any of you know who was any of the agents following you. We'd like to clean things up, take care of any loose ends as to individuals that were causing trouble.
Did they look like any of the people following looked like the initial group that we confronted?
No. Initial group looked like typical mercenary folk. Dark clothing, very unassuming, stealthy-like. Obviously, two blue-skinned merfolk were the only two that escaped. These individuals, half of them were dressed fairly flamboyant, very much not in the stealth department. And we're definitely at higher level than anybody you faced in that first fight.
I'll give them like a description from what I remember, though. My description is going to be very bad because I wrote at the speed of sound.
True.
Atlan will give them a best the best description they can remember as well.
Okay.
Myra losing
Atlan,
best
give me a
description?
performance check with advantage.
I figured they might be the one to do that.
Whew, nice rolls. That's very interesting. Yeah, I'll submit this to my associates, see if they can run down the identity of whoever these individuals are. Based off my understanding of the Lord Ravenwood that Mr. Kren passed along, I don't believe those sound like anybody that he is directly affiliated with, but they may be mercenaries of some sort. Were they difficult, powerful in any regard, or just more nuisance?
They had astonishing luck.
And some
Were
pretty powerful magic.
quite as spellcasters.
They've been. I have to double check with my associates, but that would seem to fit the general description between what you've provided here, as well as a description of their general abilities. Would sound to be the possibly the Pentacle Court. Group of pretty powerful mages. Highest bidder type lot. Not generally evil per se, but money talks and not known to turn down too many jobs that pay. But we will definitely look into that. Hopefully tie up that loose end as well. But in the sense of urgency and to avoid any further entanglements with this object, I am going to make my departure unless you have anything further for me.
Not at all.
Well, enjoy the coin. Enjoy. Tab is on me. My money's good here, so drink to your fill, eat to your fill, and enjoy a good night's rest. Compliments of the Barcloud Repository. Again, many thanks. He hops off his chair, gives a polite, formal bow, and quickly retreats. A few minutes go past as you watch Tolliver and Mira both very tense for a few moments, waiting as the minutes pass, but Common seems to be fine. You are left with the inn at your disposal. As platters of food are laid out at your table, drinks are flowing. Do you all enjoy yourselves or take off into the night?
I send my familiar to follow the man that just dropped 500 platinum. No questions asked. Anyone
Okay.
with that much money is probably evil. I know how much
Right,
of that is
follow him
Marquis and how much of that is me. So
follow him out to a decent-sized galley. Gets onto a rowboat, heads out to the galley into the deeper waters, and about that point, you're at about the extent of how far your familiar wants to fly without not being able to get back to land.
fair. Though he does have a swim speed, so that's good.
There you go. Well,
Just in case.
Turdwin, Tamerlane.
Caradwood, after getting kind of her ass kicked a little bit, is going to take advantage of the fact that this is going to be her first night in an inn's bed, and she missed her last chance, so she's going to go pass out. She used a lot of magic and kind of got her ass beat, so.
Take any of the fresh food and drinks available?
Oh yeah, Tamerlane's apps. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I say for
No, sorry, I didn't.
I would say for
Sorry.
Okay, let me just try to say for Caradwin, she would grab probably a plate full of food with the intentions of eating it before going to sleep. It would probably get a bite out of a fig pie or something, and then just pass out.
Fair. And there is 5 rooms for 2 of you would have potentially had to be bunking up for the Kren family to have a place to stay. But the Krens repeatedly thank you all before going and quickly trying to track down this ship captain to get out of here as soon as they can.
Before they go, the last thing I do is I look at Tom and I look at both of his hands to make sure he hasn't got a fucking silver one.
No. He's actually seems to be in the brightest spirits. Before they leave, he gives you a big hug around the grabs around your leg.
I'm sort of pat him on the head. I'm just like, now don't go touching any more magic stuff. Not till you're older.
Okay.
Then I grab the driest white wine they have and some of the food and head up to a room.
Okay.
Just a carafe of the driest possible wine.
Now, Tamerlane.
Thing Tamerlane would definitely take advantage of the alcohol and the food. Get another beer or cider if they have it, and some good, simple, hearty fare. And yeah, go find a room. Double check that it's locked.
Okay. You all take your fill of whatever food you want to take with you, whatever drinks you so choose, as much as you can basically claim under the tab before you retire to your rooms. Presuming New Dios and Atlan do the same, you all take in a long rest inside the comfort of the Jewel of Silverdeep, inside the stone walls and their protection, being rid of the box, rid of the Kren family, and 100 platinum richer. As we you all get in a long's rest and level up to level 10. Were we 9, right?
Yeah, we were
Yes.
level 9,
Yeah.
so we're 10 now.
Yeah, level up to level 10 as we conclude Luck of the Draw. We made it. We got there. All right. Because we are on the longer end of a session at this point in time, we'll move straight to doing wrap-up stuff. So thanks to everybody watching on demand. Thanks for tuning in. Come back. We'll get our schedule updated as to when things are happening, what's happening when. We will be off next week, I believe. There's still some discussion on that. And then, yeah, book review for book 3 will be coming up. And the start of book 4 will be coming up, so just stay tuned for that. But thanks for tuning in. Come back and watch in the future. And join all the lovely Discord, follow on Twitch and YouTube, subscribe, all that lovely stuff. And join the Discord and interact with everybody, and the Instagram to follow things. So appreciate you, and have a good night, VOD viewers.